Well, I'm quoting
Devoted into a liberal economic model. I think myself as a challenge but it's not an easy task.
Okay.
She's a lot of things, but
Right.
she's quite selfish when it comes to
I don't want to be more than brown.
Would you like to make time for
I feel more comfortable now.
Why did you take me to that big interval?
Yes. So you're the
Keynote speaker.
Keynote.
Yeah, because you know she was going on about the, remember right, I was having a chat with her, and I was just finding it's not for me to try and lead this conversation. We were talking for about 2 hours or something, and various topics.
But not so much.
Not much.
Good.
That sort of stuff.
But if you being systematic and trawling through that system, systematic and trawling through that system,
So you just come alive and see that.
steps back and sit.
And then if you have power that steps
Well, that's
Board, been on the board for 20 years. We're going to see checking right now. Finally see, my board experience has been very positive at this point. But when I go back, it's hard.
But he also seems to be passionate about travel, so she just get on with it. And I was like, yeah, she was.
That's why.
There wasn't the same level of drive to do it. So, yeah, Tracy's gone for the,
Very.
Tracy's no, she didn't interest.
How is he? I haven't seen very much videos. He's doing well.
Ian
They
Glee,
don't want to either.
I mean, do you see him regularly?
not that big.
I mean, it's something you still next to
It's
something.
next to it.
Sort of over the occasional evening.
Family, yeah, family. Stephanie just
But even as a fashion.
yeah, Matt was like, oh, scenic Kathy in tears. So I said that we were supposed to be visiting Savannah on Wednesday afternoon. Tracy should be visiting.
This is the channel.
Yeah.
She totally missed it.
That is actually true.
Yeah.
He wanted that, and those are the jobs he wanted.
That is, I mean, if you see Mary Dean sending
I will.
Email to all and Dave said that very sorry that
have you updated Ian?
I spoke to him about it.
So I know the email like you need to do this tomorrow. So yeah, very big aspirations.
Yeah, no, it's a hard, yeah,
He's a
no,
mammal.
yeah.
But he missed the artist.
When was it, last weekend?
Last weekend.
Weekend.
Are you one of them?
Absolutely. Yeah, I used to ride with Ian often. Yeah, so we see Ian and He's done well. He's done phenomenally well, actually. Yeah, he's not.
He's a failure of being a
Yeah,
startup.
yeah, it's going to disappear. Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Because I've just commissioned a fantastic study on Mark Swilling's unit, the Sustainability Institute, written by what's his name, a guy called Jeremy Wakeford, who's trained at Cambridge. Really, really good. So looking at the risks and vulnerabilities that arise from the kind of interactions between energy, food, and water. Kind of really, really, really good piece of work. So we're launching that, and we're going to be doing a presentation 3 nights at the school to Oxford academics, whatever, in a few weeks' time.
And off the top of your head, all of our students return stuff in water. I was triangle between water, food, and
No, yeah, no.
Yes.
And it's terribly misunderstood. There's a lot about food and water that is fairly well. Incredibly poorly understood, and it defaults into a discussion around biofuels, and actually that's not the issue at all.
You off food.
She's reading politically. The evidence is very strong. No.
Mwambazi. Mwambazi.
I'm sure I'm going to get it right.
She was just set aside anyway. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So I go first. I introduce you. You introduce Trevor.
Uh-huh.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Peter Tufano. I'm Dean of the school. I'd like to welcome you to Oxford University. I'd like to welcome you to Saïd Business School. And I'd like to welcome you to the Nelson Mandela Lecture Theatre today for the start of this Africa Business Forum. So before I begin, I want to say thank you to all of our guests for coming. Thank you for coming from all over the world, from various universities and other parts to come join us today. Thank you especially to our speakers. Thank you to our student organizers and the staff who put this together. Now, I'm new to the UK, relatively new, just 5 years, but every conversation in the UK begins with the weather. Right? Surely it must begin with the weather. And if anybody woke up this morning who woke up to find that a heavy fog had descended on Oxford, those of us who live in Oxford know that that fog will lift. When the fog will lift is not exactly clear. Will it be 1 o'clock? Will it be 2? Will it be 4? Will the sky be bright blue? Will it be kind of blue? But we know that the fog will lift. In the same way, we're certain that Africa will be ascended over the next 20, 30 years. There's no question about that. When? I think there are questions about that. Exactly what the path will be. There are questions about that too. But that Africa will rise, which is an expression sometimes used, is very, very obvious and very clear. But again, the timing is a bit open to the future. Now at the school, we worry about these things. The students who are here, who hopefully will be good hosts and hostesses for you today, will recognize that we talk about uncertain futures and think about scenarios, and it's not surprising that given the uncertainty with which Africa's rise is to be known, that many business schools don't care too much about Africa. Perhaps it'll happen in 3 years, or 5, or 10, or 15, or 20. We can wait and see what happens. And I think the wait and see attitude is what characterizes many of many schools in this space. Wait and see what's happening with Africa. But that's the wrong answer. Absolutely the wrong answer. In the business that we're in, we are training people who are going to come of age in some sense in 20 or 25 years, if I look at the young people here. You can't wait 20 or 25 years in order to train people today to assume positions of influence and power and hopefully of leadership in the future. And therefore, we have to make commitments today. So why would we do that, right? I mean, if you think about it, given all this uncertainty, from my vantage point, from our vantage point, there are two possible outcomes. One's the fog lifts slowly, and one the fog lifts quickly. If the fog lifts quickly, and all of the tremendous opportunities that we think about for Africa materialize quickly, we're going to need leaders in order to lead organizations that capitalize on those opportunities. If the fog lifts slowly, we're going to need leaders too, in order to, and again to mix metaphors a little bit, but to help the system move along in order to improve it so that in fact conditions in Africa change. Either way, from the perspective of an educational institution, especially an educational institution with a history of 800 years and a time frame of decades and centuries, that is a completely sensible bet. Either way, if you're in the business of talent and talent development, then this is not a bet. This is a certainty that it's important that talent be developed in order, regardless of the pace of change and the pace of progress in Africa, to be there working alongside of Africans in order to make a positive change in the economy and society. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we have to learn a great deal. We have to learn about what's going on in Africa. We have to learn not just the theory, but also the practice of what's going on in the country, in the continent, on the 54 countries that make it up. The best way for us to learn that is by talking to one another. And that's why we've committed here at the school to have 10% of our class come from Africa. Not just to train Africans here at the business school. That would be somewhat colonialist. but actually to use them to train the rest of the class about Africa. That's why our classes are actually traveling to Africa this year. Again, they need to learn. And that's why we're especially delighted that we can host this event yet again, where we bring experts from around the world in order to teach us, to engage us in a conversation about what's going on in Africa, what the opportunities are, what the challenges are, how fast the fog will lift. So it's with that that I'm thrilled that our staff has done so much work, and especially the student organizers have done so much work in order to make this happen. And you're going to see much more of them over the course of the day. And I will thank them more formally later in the day. And by that time, we'll see whether the fog here has lifted. So I'd like to, at this point, introduce the student organizer for our session, Hangwi Mumbadzi. Not really. I told her I was going to mess her name up, but who's been a force in making sure that this event takes place. She'll explain the themes of today's event and introduce our speaker. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us today. We are thrilled to have you here. I have a dream, not the Martin Luther kind. This is a different dream. When I awake on a day not too far from now, I want my eyes to reflect the Africa that dares to thrive only once my eyelids have shut. As if becoming a reality would be far too overwhelming a source of greatness. I want to see the Africa that I have become, to see that same spirit alive in me. And when my last breaths are upon me, I too want to look back and say, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. To be unreasonable is to defy logic. It is to exceed the limits of reason. 5 months ago, a few of us gathered in a room and decided to put together the Oxford Business Forum for Africa. We spoke of things we hoped this day would achieve. We were excited about having all of you here, even before we met you. We knew what we were hoping this day would mean to each individual here with us. But what we couldn't find was a link that tied it all together. What would this common thread be that bound our hopes and dreams for this continent? Against the backdrop of a modern-day dichotomy, where the path to success is often riddled with potholes. This theme, Unreasonable Africa, came to me in the way that some people fall asleep at night. Slowly at first, and then all at once. It captured everything about Africa. Her boldness, her defiance, her passion, her integrity. In truth, it is difficult to capture the feelings that Unreasonable Africa invokes through the limitations of vocabulary. Unreasonable Africa is the group of women in a rural village that found a way to generate electricity from mud. It is the global company that launched an e-commerce and delivery service in a country where GPS will only too often tell you to turn left, straight off a cliff. When the global corporate said, we can't do business on a continent where the majority of people are unbanked, Unreasonable Africa turned around and said, who needs banks anyways? But today, Unreasonable Africa is a journey where you are the artist and we want to help you build your masterpiece. It is your platform to enable you to lay the foundations for this engine of growth, empower you with the tools to navigate the political and the global business landscapes, and grant you the resources to scale a business across the continent so that you can soar. Throughout this day, as you wander the hallways, allow your thoughts to be challenged by the speakers that you listen to. I want you to think of one thing. What does unreasonable Africa mean to you? What does it mean to be unreasonable? Because we can no longer afford to live in a time where you are not. The path of least resistance has long since been shut down. The people have abandoned the road less traveled to carve out a new path altogether. These people, these seemingly irrational, unreasonable people, are you. To echo the words of our wonderful guest speaker at dinner last night, Unreasonable Africa is an idea whose time has come. Speaking of last night, I had the incredible privilege and pleasure of being seated next to our wonderful keynote speaker this morning. If his voice sounds a little raspy at some point, I promise, disclaimer, I had nothing to do with it. I found him like that. I did not talk him to death last night. Trevor Emanuel needs no formal introduction. He has been a phenomenal leader in South Africa and still remains a beacon of hope and a beam of pride to many. I asked him last night how he would like me to introduce him, and he dismissed the idea with a casual wave of his hand. I thought he was just being modest, but the truth is, he was probably just being practical. This list literally does not end. I guess what stands out the most is the period when he oversaw one of the most prosperous periods of economic growth in post-apartheid South Africa. Under 4 different presidents, first as the Minister of Trade and Industry, and then as the Minister of Finance. He left on a high note to become the Deputy Chairman of Rothschild South Africa and Senior Advisor to Rothschild Global. He's a serial corporate board member, incredibly passionate about education and the development of our youth. And occasionally, much to my delight last night, an accidental stand-up comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt round of applause, Mr. Trevor Emanuel.
Thank you very much, Angwani. You are so kind. Our host, Prof. Peter Tufano, ladies and gentlemen. No, I promised Peter this morning I would not be caught in the LBGT IQ trap. I will say, everybody, welcome, good morning to all of you. I want to express my sincerest appreciation for the invitation to be here. I'm part of a subspecies of humans. We are very prevalent in Africa. Our Latin name is Illud Politici. For those of you who still pray in Latin in the colleges at Oxford, you would know that this is former politicians. There are many of us in Africa, so when we get an invitation, we grab it. Let me just link the Unreasonable Africa to this very place. The name that was given by the Mandela parents to their son, Rolihlahla, is frequently translated as the one who looks for trouble. Now that is being seriously unreasonable, so to have the Unreasonable Africa Conference in the Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela Lecture Theatre, I think, is so opposite. You know, Africa is exceedingly diverse, and part of what we need is to remind ourselves from time to time what holds us together. We have, just in South Africa, we have 11 official languages. Now you multiply this across the continent, you look at languages, cultures, geography, origin. And so from time to time, we need to remind ourselves what holds us together. And in the same spirit as Angwani did, There's a document that was adopted some 3 years ago by the African Union and subsequently by other bodies across the continent called Vision Africa 2063. And in describing the document, it speaks of the rededication to an enduring Pan-African vision of, quote, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena, unquote. Integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. So the first question I think that we all have to respond to in the context of Unreasonable Africa is, how do we transition from this Africa we see and live in to one that is very different because it will be integrated, prosperous, peaceful, and driven by its own citizens? In fact, it's 53 years in 2 months since the Organization of African Unity was first formed. And the language then was as strong as it is in Vision 2063. But the reality is a very different reality from that which was dreamt at that point and at other important points of Pan-African decision-making. The questions that we have to answer is why we aren't making sufficient progress, what the yoke is that weighs us down and how we lift it, and what measures we need to rely upon as periodic reminders of the progress that we are making towards our objectives. And then when we've answered that questions, we need an answer to what we say to our detractors, of whom there are many. I'd like to start with a little story that transpired from South Africa this week. The Minister of Finance, who was under a very heavy pressure, Pravin Gordhan, assembled a team of business leaders, trade unions, and public servants, and came off to London and then went to Boston and New York to talk to rather difficult people, fund managers, some of whom are present here, ratings agencies, prospective investors. And they went there with a single message, and that message was an endeavor against a sovereign ratings downgrade for South Africa to sub-investment grade. Now, I certainly hope that they succeed in their mission, but I hope that regardless of that, what you have there is the beginning of something that we haven't seen in our country for 23 years. The coming together of government, business, and trade unions and setting their minds on a single set of easily understandable objectives and being confident in taking that message out. And if we can work at that, then I think we can reverse what has been, in fact, our downfall over the past few years, which is talking past each other. Because I think that using the crisis presented by the threat of a downgrade to turn that into hope is in many ways the allegory that's needed for the African continent right now. We need leaders from across all countries and from across every aspect of society to work together to define the narrative and then communicate it. But in defining the narrative, I think it's very important for leaders, whether this be in government, business, or civil society, to understand it's not just a narrative from which they can be separated, because implementation depends very much on their quality of leadership. And for me, it's rather painful to see that we have these grandiose statements of commitment to the future, and in the everyday experience, you look at election campaigns, you look at business conduct, there's no correlation between the two. It might be that there are different drafters, but unless we internalize the commitments that we make into our everyday lives, I think that we'll be sitting in the same position for too long. And I use the term we, not they, because I may be out of government, but I think I still see myself as part of a body of responsible Africans. You see, part of what we need is a narrative that is internalized and trusted and implemented, because it's owned by those who articulate it. For too long, there have been narratives about Africa, frequently from others, whether this be back in the colonial times, Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, any of those, or even the Africa Rising narrative. We need a narrative that is ours, that is mindful of the complexity of 54 different states, many different cultures, and can build in a way that continues to create a cohesive march forward. There was a particular point when a group of leaders, in fact, broke out of the paradigm. And this was a group of leaders who came to the fore roughly from the mid-90s, and they were around for about a decade. It's a rather interesting period in Africa's history. They saw the world differently and set store by redefining the continental narrative. In the course of this, they established the African Union, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, the African Peer Review Mechanism. They engaged continually with the rest of the world to create new opportunities for Africa's people. It was out of this effort that, for example, debt relief was provided through the initiative called the Highly Indebted Poor Countries, HIPIC initiative. They demonstrated their grasp of what was needed to uplift the continent. And in the course of it, because of the way in which the African Peer Review Mechanism was designed, for instance, the focus was on strong institutions, good governance, a commitment to partnership in order to attract increased flows, and fiscal rebasing through debt relief to allow governments to afford better and more extensive services to their people. They also articulated in the context of partnership the need for trade-offs, because it's a realistic approach to how to deal with the world. And when on top of this, there was this commodity supercycle that came as a fillip rather than the cause of pretty high economic growth over a significant period in Africa's recent past. Two sets of circumstances coalesced to turn the tide. The first of these was the Great Recession that occurred after the collapse of Lehman Brothers in 2008. The consequence of which was that many of the countries, especially donors who'd committed to supporting the African Renaissance before, now turned inwards, committing resources more narrowly to their own electorates, whether to try and bail out errant financial institutions or to support workers rendered unemployed by the recession, and so had to forgo the pledges of global solidarity that had been made in better circumstances. The second set of issues was that the cadre of African leaders who drove this Pan-African bargain were rotated out through elections and or term limits. The new leaders needed to cut their own path, but had to do so in a world that was very different. It was now more filled with suspicion, introspection, and short-termism. In the consequence, the African project and its central economic narrative was somewhat derailed. Now, almost a decade later, it has to be given a new impetus. We have no choice. This is made more difficult because, as I stated, we're not occupying the space to tell our own narrative, and the story of African opportunity is interpreted from the actions of others. By way of an example, last week Barclays PLC announced that it will sell down its shareholding of Barclays Africa. It's a complex matter, and I don't wish to explain or ponder on in this forum. A very widely held view is that the new CEO lost faith in Africa. This prompted a British journalist writing in the Times this week, Matthew Paris, who happens to have been born in South Africa, to write of that decision in this way, and I share it with you. This is the wrong moment to lose faith in Africa. Post-empire, it's the moment for Britain to reset the relationship. Yet not only do I lack confidence we've got our Africa policy right, I doubt we even have one. Our politicians and policymakers have simply shrugged Africa off, or worse, as if Africa were a matter for charity rather than diplomacy. And Toby, I want to apologize, subcontracted it to the virtual reality of the Department for International Development. The world of the lily pad and capacity building and a special language nobody understands, and new white Toyotas with nowhere to go. The only government department in history that starts with the money and ponders on how to spend it. And then he admonished the British government ministers for being interested in Africa for negative reasons only, and writes, and I quote, "You are the right ones. Africa's GDP has been growing strongly for a long time, still above 4%. Even after the 2008 banking crisis, growth stayed buoyant. The continent's population is growing too. Africa is expanding fast as a market. It now has a bigger middle class than India. The rest of the world has noticed." And he ends his piece with, "What Africa has now is promise, energy, and possibility. This is no time to turn away," unquote. And granted. And I think Paris is writing in a fit of pique, and I can understand it. But I'd be surprised if there are many people in the room who disagree with the broad sentiment of what he expresses. However, what is important about that piece is that Matthew is writing in a vacuum that we've allowed to create because we have not filled it with the narrative of who we are and what we are capable of. And so we leave it to the FCO, State Department, and others to define who we are, and Francophonie, Ministry de Francophonie, to define who we are and what separates us, and how we need to live within the boundaries of what was decided at the Berlin Conference in 1885. Because we are incapable of deciding what Africa is about. And that is the challenge before us today. Because we actually have our own story about our past and a strong story about our future. And it's a coherent one of growth and opportunity. We recognize that the growth that we've seen since the late 1990s was occasioned by political stability, regulatory reform, improved governance, and better economic management. And that all of this was supported by external factors such as significantly improved commodity prices, inflows of FDI, technological advancement, and a global environment that was in the main more favorable to development since the ending of the Cold War. Now, however, what we need is a narrative that is driven by the needs that we ourselves define and commit to, by a set of measures we institute to improve the quality of life for all Africans, and by which the standing of our democracies will be judged. A significant part of this African narrative must draw attention to the unprecedented opportunities available to our continent. Let me share some of them with you, and I do so in no particular order. Firstly, addressing the infrastructure deficit, which includes cross-border infrastructure developments in power, rail, road networks, air and maritime transport, all of which would unlock interconnectivity of trade and communications. I'm aware that this is one of the top priorities of the NIPAD heads of state even now. But my pleading, and it's a very strong pleading, is that we move beyond the biannual communiques of intent that our heads of state deliver to the actual grind of projects that are designed, planned, priced, and proceeded with. I must say, Peter, I'm very impressed with the fact that here at Saïd, you've committed time, energy, emotion to understanding water. It's so fundamentally important. The fact that we can look at water and still fail to harvest it and bring it to people and improve on the quality of life of people through water remains a shame. And so it's those kinds of gaps that we must fill, and we must do them in a way that recognizes what the importance of all of this is. The second, of course, and it's linked, is that we must expand this large, underdeveloped agricultural sector. It requires regulatory reform, infrastructure development in roads, water, and power, legislative reform in land use to enable inclusive agricultural development that benefits Africans, skills development to advance productivity and market development to maximize the use potential that the land of Africa offers the world. You can look at this, or you can fly over Africa during the day and see that our agriculture is within walking distance of the village. It's, again, one of those issues that ought to be like shooting fish in a barrel. All that we must do is understand how to unlock this enormous potential. The third is that of economic integration. The commitment is made even in Vision 2063. But we must understand that the idea of an African economy that can maintain 54 separate economies, each with its own regulations and bureaucracies, is really not viable. So the hard political challenge is one of leadership and being able to persuade each other that in spite of the long, hard struggles for sovereignty, we will be able to celebrate our statehood unequivocally when the livelihoods of our people have improved significantly. Not when we've got the marching bands and the anthem and the many, many very large denomination banknotes with the face of the president, but when the quality of life of our people improves significantly. And we'll not attain this if we don't see ourselves as integrally African and recognize that our success will either be advanced or hindered by our relations with fellow Africans. I can't understand why it takes so much. I mean, Peter and I were talking this morning about how people in the US rally in support of a very strange candidate in the Republican primaries. But they feel American because they're going to feel great again. It doesn't take a hell of a lot to do that, but we as Africans still are at each other's throats about issues. The fourth issue I want to share is, of course, energy transitions. Over the past year, commitments to energy transformation has increased significantly. Amongst these, the new president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Adesina, has committed to universal access to energy for all Africans. This will mean taking installed capacity from 147 gigawatts to 700 by 2040. But if you look at the scale of the energy gaps at the moment, it's completely staggering. The USA uses 12,461 gigawatts per capita per year. Now, the world clearly cannot afford that level, but Ghana uses 342 gigawatts, and Liberia a mere 82 kilowatts, and Liberia a mere 82 kilowatt hours per capita. That's but 0.66% of what the US consumes. The framework for cross-border installation and properly regulated prices provides a great opportunity to unlock the combined economies across the continent. The fourth issue, very passionate part of who I am, is urban development. The rate of urbanization across the continent is advancing faster than on any other part of the globe. Whilst China now has more than 160 cities with populations of more than 1 million, the projected estimates for Africa are that by 2030 we'll have 80 cities of more than 1 million people. On a global scale, the advantages of urbanization are very apparent. City dwellers benefit from the agglomeration of services and opportunities. African policymakers need to engage with the reality that the poor tend to migrate to cities to seek opportunities to improve their lives. And if African cities are not able to accommodate them, they will seek opportunities elsewhere. While it's imperative that Africa retains its talented young people, this must be understood in the context of the current global movement of people. There's this thing that we have as post-liberation political leaders in Africa. We talk of rural development. TV cameras don't go to the rural areas. We talk of rural development because it lets us off the hook of dealing with the reality of what African cities are. And in the main, with notable exceptions like Addis more recently, in the main, our cities are little parcels of land where expats lived under the colonial period, and we higgledy-piggledy added bits to it without reconstructing the urban space and creating opportunities differently. And so it's imperative that African urban spaces be reorganized, properly planned for, serviced, and innovatively funded. The fifth issue is a dirty word: private sector development. While the difficult economic circumstances faced by many across the continent have created the most unbelievable wave of entrepreneurial energy, one of the biggest challenges is that too much of it is survivalist. And the competition in the sectors with low barriers to entry is both literally and figuratively cutthroat. I mean, the old road between Entebbe and Kampala tells a story. You can't move on the road. There's so much entrepreneurial activity. But so much of it is survivalist, and so we must celebrate the energy of people, but recognize that it exists because nothing else is available. The growing demand by the business sector for advisory support, access to affordable finance, transformation and market access means that systems of continuing education and skills development have to be prioritized. Appropriate measures to manage bureaucratic procedures and facilitate the ease of doing business must be put in place to support nascent businesses across the continent. The sixth, also obvious issue, is harvesting the demographic dividend. By all accounts, the greatest asset we have as Africans is our large number of young people. Our population will total approximately 4 billion by the end of the century, from about 1 billion last year. This means more than a third of people on Earth will be African. Perhaps most exciting is that within 20 years, the number of sub-Saharan Africans of working age will exceed the rest of the world combined. This suggests that companies should increasingly look to Africa as a key source of labor when making decisions about expansion and new investments, provided we get the infrastructure right, we get the people right, and we get the systems in place. We must be clear that these changes won't happen automatically. A recent World Bank study published under the rubric Youth Unemployment in Africa, what to do when informal is normal, unquote, tells the entire story. And the report recognizes that 70 to 80% of young people eke out an existence in low productivity, informal farms or household enterprises. That argues that the twin imperatives of creating more wage and salary jobs must go hand in hand with improvements of productivity. My submission on this is that unless we retool the education system in its entirety, from preschool, school, university, and vocational training, all of this will remain a pipe dream. We'll gather 10, 20 years down the line, look at it again, reflect on it, bemoan the fact that we've wasted the opportunity. But it's not going to happen unless we get access to education right and the quality of education significantly improved. Now, I want to make no pretense about suggesting that this list of proposals is complete or that they'll find equal resonance across our 54 countries. I do know that they've all been repeatedly researched by academics and policymakers in various institutions, and that they all still beg implementation. I remain of the view that they cannot be implemented autonomously. We must continue to have a focus on good accountable governance as a sine qua non for the development of our collective and separate economies. Governments must be trusted, they must be able to pass laws and make rules in the interests of their citizens, and they must be held accountable for their actions. We know it to be obvious that the private sector operates best when clear, predictable rules exist. As an example of this, President Mugabe recently made a public admission that diamonds worth 15 billion US dollars, not some dollars, US dollars, may have been stolen by foreign mining firms operating in Zimbabwe. While this is a distressing statement, one has to ask what rules were put in place ex ante for mining firms, both local and foreign, as good governance would dictate that those rules be in place. But good governance is also about ensuring the absence of corruption and the provision of good quality services and participation of the people. Good governance can only be exercised by institutions that are strong and unimpeachable. We are fortunate to have 3 collaborating Pan-African institutions in the African Development Bank, the African Union, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We recognize, however, that the influence of these institutions is limited. They need interaction with strong domestic governments who feel a sense of accountability, as well as a set of re-engineered regional economic communities. Now, I want to just say, and it's not just because I'm the praise poet, but I want to say that I left the dinner last night, Angwani, very impressed and my spirits lifted by many of the students I met last night. I feel that there's hope for Africa, provided people return and recognize that there's a heck of a lot of work to be done. We can change and must change the quality of leadership in business and governments. And that, I think, is a big moment that presents itself to your generation now. And then there's the fuel for economic development finance. Africa's demands will always be substantially greater than supply of this commodity. Available resources will therefore have to be stretched, leveraged, and efficiently utilized. The scale of what we have to do requires that we need access to financial flows, development resources, and private sector funds, all blended together to produce the desired and considered outcomes. And finally, there's the data that we need to measure progress and efficacy. Too often we operate in instinct, repeating mistakes or failed methods. We need a data revolution to measure and record the progress that we make and to use for future planning. A tough measure that has been set out for us in those words, quote, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. The basic premise remains that no other parties are as committed to the development of Africa as we are. It was the Buffalo Soldier Bob Marley who sang, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, none but yourselves can free our minds." This, I believe, is the correct, or is the core of our necessary narrative. We've got so much going for us. Most importantly, we've got smart, young, determined leaders, many of whom are in this room today. We can make a difference, and we look to your leadership to do much better than what we did. Thank you very much. No, whatever. I just want to pour some water. It's okay, Peter. Come over.
Trevor's pouring some water. He's happy to take a few questions. So if you might keep your questions short, perhaps introduce yourself, and who'd like to begin? I'm sure there are questions. Yes.
I was slightly surprised when you said that the idea of an Africa that would sort of grow without integration, I found it a little surprising, probably partly because a lot of young Africans do not sort of share that same vision. So I guess the question is it possible to have such an integrated vision when you have so many different countries?
You know, If you look back on decisions, and this is why it's useful to record decisions. The Abuja Treaty put in place the idea of an African common market by 2025, and this was in the 80s. And it recognized that you're not going to have a single path from, it wasn't 54 countries then, to the African common market, and so it put in place building blocks, regional economic communities. And some of them function reasonably well. ECOWAS, for instance, is functioning much better. The East African community, sometimes there are a few issues between leaders, but in the main, it has made very substantial progress. You can see the integratedness of infrastructure. You can see the macroeconomic convergence towards a rational ordering of even the idea of a single East African currency. Those things are there. But it's uneven across the continent. And so in our region, South Africa is a member of SADC. There are other countries that are members of COMESA, the Common Market for East and Southern Africa. The East African community is absorbed between the two. But COMESA is a very large body that starts with Swaziland in the south and runs all the way to Egypt. I don't know how you administer something quite as large. But earlier this year, in fact, the leaders signed the agreement called the Tripartite Agreement that would, in fact, create the basis for a common market. But like other communiques, the key issue is how it will be implemented, measured, and reported on. It's the only way forward. I think if we have that and we have a strong ECOWAS and you have Central Africa operating much better. Also, you can look at IGAD in the Horn, where Ethiopia is actually doing an incredible amount of work, but so much of the Horn of Africa is still affected by war. Somalia and Eritrea would be two of the countries that are exceedingly difficult to get peace in that region. But we shouldn't wait until the perfect moment. I think the key issue is to build these regional economic communities and produce out of them the demonstration effect of what is possible in integration. Thanks. Somebody's got to assign who speaks.
Over there. Yeah, please.
Hi, Trevor. I'm an executive MBA student here at Oxford. You make mention of the fact that education is...
Is MBA your name or surname?
Marco.
Okay.
My name's Marco. You make mention of the fact that education is a massive platform for Africa as a whole. Being South African and understanding that, you know, in the apartheid regime, 17 Rand was spent on every white child's education when only 1 Rand was spent on an African child's education. In your mind, what is the 1 or 2 most important things that we need to do to fix something that's such a massive problem in our country?
Okay, let me tell 2 little anecdotes, and Peter will ensure that I keep them short. The one is a school, and I asked Tangwani if she went there. It's called Mbilwi. It's in the region where she comes from, close to Thohoyandou. Mbilwi has had 100% grade 12 pass rate for almost 20 years now. And I don't think they've dropped below 75% of school leavers who can enter university. It's not a private school. It's not sort of Bishop's or St. John's or Rodin. It's not any of those kinds of schools. It's a community school driven by deep passion, where students stay after school And parents come in to supervise projects and so on. And the parents are like parents everywhere else. The motivation is different. I was constituency MP for Mitchell's Plain in the Western Cape. I still work there. The contest to improve on education is so phenomenally great. And we're seeing significant improvements in high school. The 100% pass mark has been attained. The key issue now is to work through high schools, primary schools, and also get the ECD system right. Because the great division in kids' lives starts before they actually get to school. It's where cognitive development is actually separated. And this requires a passion that frequently teachers on their own don't have. I argue, because I can be maverick and difficult about issues, that it's not so much big systems issues. It's not about outcomes-based education. There are three interfaces at work, fundamentally important in education. The first is the teacher in the class. The second is the principal with the staff. And the third is the school and the community. If you can fix those interfaces, as we see with Mbilwe and a number of other successful schools in poverty-stricken areas, you can make a huge difference. And I was reading last week a maths teacher at Mbilwe saying, I set out from grade 8 with one task, and that is to demonstrate how easy mathematics is. And that's why we get the quality of maths passes that we do. So it's possible. It's possible. You don't need to look elsewhere. I think that what we need to do is package those experiences and share them with the rest.
I think we'll take two more questions, if we could. Maybe this woman over here.
Hi, Trevor. My name is Yolandi Mirza, and I'm just here out of personal interest, being a fellow African. I'm quite worried about, while Africa is still trying to get there and develop, and we have so many resources, but it's not yet there. I'm worried about ownership. How do we keep the world a little bit, not buying up the whole of Africa, if you like, and, keep ownership and just realize how important it is, because it feels like we are signing deals which have such a long duration that we won't be able to get ownership back one day when we wake up.
I can mention two examples, and sometimes bad decisions get the backs up of people. And the first of these was in Madagascar, when the president signed a deal with one of the Asian countries to be kind of its food basket, and vast tracts of land were given to this Asian country to produce food. And it caused a revolution in the country. And hence the point I'm making about agriculture is, if the ideas are owned and we invest adequately in all of what is necessary for the infrastructure to support the agricultural system, then we can create African owners and we can have inclusive economies. Not because we talk about it, but because we demonstrate what is possible. If you want to shift from the realm of subsistence farming to larger scale agriculture, and again, you can look at some countries where they're much better at horticulture, and I'll include Kenya and Ethiopia in that list. It's possible because the investments are adequate. And that's what we've got to do to drive the change. I mean, a lot of vegetables you get here in the UK, salads, for instance, grown, prepared, packaged, priced, gets onto the flight out of Nairobi at night. It's in Marks and Spencer and Waitrose the following morning. If we can get that right with a number of different sectors, then I think you can measure improvements in the quality of life. The reason I actually included the story of the Zimbabwean diamonds is because the outcry in Zimbabwe now is, but why did the government do these deals that they had no control over? What are the ex ante rules? And so, you know, the way I approach this is not to just look to the future. And there've been countries. I mean, you know, in Botswana, the president was not happy with two things that Chinese companies had signed on for. The one was the construction of a power station. The other was the airport at Gaborone. And President Khama basically came along and said, "This is not what the Botswana are used to. Thank you very much. Off you go." And if we can do those kinds of things, and we can ensure that countries contract in a way where contracts can be checked and verified, and the financial flows can be clarified, we're actually going to do a hell of a lot better. But it does mean that we need good government and active civil society interacting in every country across the continent.
One more question, then we'll take a quick break and we'll go on to the next. How about this gentleman here, second one in, right near you. Thank you.
Hi, Trevor. My name is Ludovic Claude. I'm from Cameroon, currently working for Citibank. My question would be, how do you promote social and environment standards in and effective governments in post-conflict African countries such as Rwanda or Sierra Leone, while developing private sectors in those countries?
You know, Rwanda is probably the best example that we have of a country that has risen from a post-conflict situation. Because the attribute that the country has is that people are always reminded through active work and sharing experiences never to go back to that dark place again. So once a month, Rwandese people gather to clean up the place. If I look at waste recycling in Rwanda, it probably is at the levels of Scandinavian countries. Nobody litters. People take a very serious view of themselves in society because nothing is allowed to be forgotten. And I want to distinguish that from my own country. You see, we came from a dark place. A dark place is reflected in our constitution. The preamble starts with, we remember the injustices of the past, and then makes assumptions about how we get there. But we've, in the 20 years since we've adopted the Constitution, hoped that you will deliver this by autopilot. You don't. And the vast difference, I think, in the final analysis is not how good the quality of your legislation is, but how people internalize their responsibilities in society. And I say, if you ask me about Africa, I will go back and use the Rwandese experience every time, because it is truly a phenomenal experience of what is possible given the scale of trauma that that country lived through in the genocide of 1994. So it's possible. We must believe that it's possible and use what we see around us to good effect everywhere. Thank you.
So Trevor, I'd like to thank you very much. For those of you who reflect on what you've heard, Trevor's remarks weave together business, government, the interface between them, education, civil society, with the time frame that is not just weeks, months, years, but decades. I think that's a fitting place to start today's event, because all those various elements have to be brought together in order to achieve the goals that you've talked about. Thank you for starting us with such an inspirational and also fact-based and evidence-based speech. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then you should head to your rooms, which are what? Okay, all the rooms are in the corridor right here out the side of the lecture theater. It was great.
Colleagues, good afternoon. I propose that we begin. So that worked. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back from a sumptuous lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. My name is Mthuli Ncube. I'm a professor of public policy at the Blavatnik School. And of course, I love the business school. That's why I'm here. And welcome to this session on navigating politics as we seek to do business in Africa. My colleague, he will introduce himself. He can say more. Martin Bratt is a partner at McKinsey, and he focuses on the strategy of industries, public sector. He knows a lot about what's going on in Africa, and I think you'll enjoy his talk. So the strategy is as follows. We have 45 minutes. So I'll ask in a minute Martin to come in and do a presentation, just set out the principles of how to navigate the politics, what you should care about. In fact, this applies to anywhere, wherever you go, frankly. That's not just Africa. And then I'll come back and also I'll raise some points around this issue. We have a bit of a debate, and then we leave the last 25 minutes or so for a Q&A, for a discussion with everyone else. Is that okay? Thank you. Over to you, Martin.
Thank you, Professor. Can you all hear me? I have been mic'd up, so I think you should be able to hear me. So I will just sit here in that case, because that is so much more comfortable than walking the stage. Thank you for your kind introduction. A couple of words about myself. So I am a partner with McKinsey based in our London office, but I do the majority of my work across the African continent. So in Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, but also a number of other places. And I tend to work at the intersection of business and government. And so this topic of how to navigate the politics and how to navigate relationships with government stakeholders and others is something that's very dear to my heart. And I want to start by asking, I had another front page that was necessary. I want to start by asking you a very different question. What do you think has had the biggest impact on the average score of basketball over the last kind of 70 years, or since they started the NBA? What is the thing that has changed the most the outcomes of the game? Does anyone have any questions or any ideas? The 3-point line? Any other points? Okay, it's a little bit hard to hear, but there's a couple of things we can envisage, right? It could be changes to tactics, changes to the way teams play the game, right? Like zone defense or other things that have been innovated. It could be new talent. It could be the fact that you have better players. You have superstars, like Michael Jordan. I'm a little bit older than most of you, so that he is kind of my reference basketball player. New entrants, people who invest capital in training or in the way they work and so on. Or it could be changes to sports science or technology. The way teams train their people, the nutrition, the exercise, and so on. But actually, it's none of these. The biggest change is the 24-second clock, which was introduced in 1954 in order to basically create a more exciting game. And immediately, the average score of an NBA game jumped 17 points. So why am I talking about basketball when the topic of this speech is business in Africa? Well, I talk about basketball because it's an illustrative example of how we think about markets and how we think about business, right? Since we're in a business school, I'm going to introduce the extremely basic framework of the 5 forces, which some of you might occasionally have seen. So we tend to think about businesses as being, and markets and industries as a consequence of the power balance between suppliers and buyers, how easy it is to get new entrants, what substitute products there is, and therefore the kind of intensity of the competition. And this is a very useful framework, but what it misses is the point around the 24-second clock. It misses the referee. It misses the person that sets the rules of the game. And that is incredibly important, and it's getting more and more important. And because we're talking about Africa here, I would say it is more important in Africa than it is anywhere else. Because the rules of the game change. They change all the time, and they change in unpredictable ways. Just ask, people drilling for oil and gas, or people running mines across the African continent, right? Changes to tax rates and investment regimes is just one of the ways that impact their profitability. But also things like local content legislation, ownership requirements, the whole entire framework in which you operate can very easily change overnight, either because because there have been elections, for example, or because there have been other changes or other ways in which things work. So all of this is that has a huge importance for your business. And it's not just in the extractive sector, right? I think the beverage industry and the beer industry is an interesting example. Southern Africa, in particular Botswana, has seen very heavy increases in taxes on beer over the last 10 years, starting from a public health concern area, right? And so it's not, and that has very, very big implications for the companies operating in that space. But it's not just a risk, right? If you continue with the beer example, looking at how international beverage companies have engaged with authorities can actually be a huge upside for them as well, because the biggest competition that they're facing in many African markets isn't from other international beer brands. It is from domestically produced local brews. And if you can work with the authorities to sort of think about public health consequences and so on of some of that, then that can also create a great competitive advantage for them. Finally, I just love this example. So I've put up a picture of the Lekki Expressway. I'm sure we have some Nigerians here who've driven the Lekki Expressway. Yeah, it's a great example, right? It's often hailed as a fantastic success for public-private partnerships because it was built. It was financed by public-private, exactly. However, I don't think any of the money was paid back because they discovered that the politics was more tricky than they thought. Very difficult, very difficult. Anyway, so what does all of this mean? And as a business, when you think about doing this, what should you do and what should you think about? And I wanted to just highlight 6 questions before we go into the conversation. 6 questions of things that I believe businesses should think about. By the way, wherever they are in the world, but I do think that these are particularly salient when doing business on the continent. The first one of this is, can you anticipate the different issues and the different external issues that will influence your business? And this is really about not really understanding this only when it's hitting you, right? We were just talking before this conversation about the platinum industry in South Africa, right? Huge issues over the last 2-3 years, strikes, riots, new unions coming in, like tremendous social consequences across South African society, tremendous business consequences for the companies operating in this space. Why did that all happen? Well, the origin of all of this was like a legacy of the apartheid system that was never properly dealt with, right? So the working conditions in the mines and in the houses where the migrant workers were living had not improved or not improved sufficiently since the end of apartheid, and that created a social and socio-economic environment that was ripe for explosion. Yes, this was something that companies would say, this isn't just our fault, but if they had understood the problem before it exploded, they could have saved themselves and they could have saved society an enormous amount of pressure. So really thinking about this ahead of time is incredibly important. The second one is to look at all of these issues and then really filter and understand what do they mean for your bottom line, right? And I'm not here to say that bottom line is the only thing that matters. But as a business, when you think about politics and when you think about different issues that are being thrown up by politics, you need to be able to prioritize. And in order to do that, you need to take a rigorous and fact-based approach to understand what these mean for your profits and for your bottom line. That is going to be the only way that you can explain to your shareholders why you are spending time and energy on addressing them. So really doing that in quite a rigorous way is tremendously important. The third part is around stakeholder management. So stakeholder management is a word that everyone's kind of throwing out there. But again, this needs to be done not just by kind of hiring people to go around and talk to communities and politicians and NGOs. It needs to be done in a rigorous, fact-based way where you look at your stakeholders issue by issue and you understand, A, how important is this issue to this stakeholder, and B, how influential is this stakeholder in changing the outcome of this topic, right? So that you can really understand both which stakeholder you need to prioritize and which who are going to be willing to listen to you And secondly, which stakeholders you need to reach in order to address the topic that you're trying to deal with. So that's the third topic. The fourth one is really about what I call considering your stance. When businesses talk to governments and businesses talk to politicians, far too often they tend to take a reactive stance. They come at it at a point where something has happened, some legislation has come in, or some regulation has changed, and they are moaning and complaining and saying, oh, this is destroying our business, it's destroying it's a very reactive, negative attitude. However, if you really want to create value, you should really think about, how can I approach this topic? Could I do this in a much more proactive way? Could I be the ones coming in and suggest regulation, for example? Could I go in and say, actually, I am going to be the company that's going to come in and be a positive influence for change here. Thereby, they can generate enormous societal value and also business value. Let me just give you one example, because I've been saying bad things about the mining industry in South Africa. I think the way some of the companies, and I think Anglo Gold Ashanti and Anglo American come to mind, the way they dealt with the HIV/AIDS issue in South Africa is a great example of companies going in and saying, we are going to provide medication to our workers and to their families when the government isn't willing to do it, because we believe it's the right thing to do, and we believe that it's going to create long-term business value, right? Being proactive and engaged in that way, I think, set them up for a societal position that has greatly helped them in many ways in their interactions with South African society and government. So the fifth one is around identifying arguments and creating alliances, right? You will never get very far on your own, but by thinking about this as yourself, as part of an alliance, and by shaping the arguments that you use when you approach businesses and when you approach politicians, you have much greater chances of outcomes. And in order to do that, you need to understand what the others, that's rooted in the kind of understanding of the stakeholders, and you need to really understand what other people are looking for and what they want to get out of things. And finally, are you resourcing this issue appropriately? Far too often, I see large companies, this is true around the world, it is particularly true in Africa, you see large companies who approach this topic as if it could be resolved by one or two people in their government relations department, right? Let's find a former minister or a former senior civil servant, and let's pay them a nice salary and set them up in an office, and they will sort of fly around and sort out all of our stakeholder relationship issues. That is not how you do it. This topic needs proper resourcing. It needs analytical resource. It needs the smartest people in the organization to spend a significant amount of their time thinking about it. And that is the only way I think you can both create and protect value as a business. Just in conclusion, and before handing over to Professor Nkube, if we look at, I like to use the analogy of marketing. 40 years ago or 50 years ago, many of you will watch the show Mad Men, and you will know that the discipline of marketing and advertising was very much a couple of guys, because they were guys at the time, in their chair, in their sort of comfortable chairs with a whiskey, kind of thinking about, oh, creative idea here, creative idea there. 40 years later, marketing and advertising has become the most data-driven and scientific of all business disciplines, right? Where they have numbers, and they understand their markets, they understand their customers, they understand the spend effectiveness. It is a hyper-scientific, numbers-driven business. I think that the business of government relations and the business of stakeholder management needs to make the same leap. It needs to move from a kind of largely intuition-based, kind of superficial, let's just get a couple of smart people in the room type of thinking, to a much more data-driven, analytical, disciplined exercise. And I think that is particular. The African stakeholder landscape and the African political landscape is incredibly complex, and I think this is what we will come to that in our conversation. And if you think that you can navigate that landscape simply by hiring a former minister to be your head of external relations, I really think that you're making a big mistake. So that was sort of my introduction. Professor, would you have any thoughts?
Absolutely. I want to pick up on a point that you raised, for the last 2 points you raised about the framework. That I think one thing we should add is something about risk management. It really pays if you've got a tried, perhaps tested and testable business continuity strategy. Because when there is political risk in a country, often things move so fast, you can't even get out. Now, I'll give you a few examples. One, I recall with the African Development Bank, where I used to work as vice president and chief economist before I came to Oxford, caught up in the political quagmire in Cote d'Ivoire 12 years ago. It had to leave in a hurry and ended up in Tunisia, right? So after 10 years in Tunisia, it left again in a hurry back to Cote d'Ivoire, because what had happened in Tunisia had also changed quite dramatically, and I lived through that change, and Cote d'Ivoire had improved quite a bit. And one thing I realized is that actually when I was in Tunisia, we never understood what was going on. In fact, very few people understood what was going on in society. I don't think we're even capable of understanding what was going on. You know, diplomats, interacting among ourselves, the foreign elite, blah, blah. You don't even get it, you don't understand what's going on in society. So the point I'm trying to make is, if you're a company in Africa, you must have a good business continuity strategy. That's what I told my friends at PTA Bank. I said, you are based in what, in Burundi? Did you say Burundi? You must have a strong business continuity strategy, and they have one. So they're now operating from Nairobi after the issues in Burundi. So this is real, people. I'm telling you, it's very important that companies will recognize this. Now, number two, Martin made a point about navigating, understanding deeper the politics is complex and so forth. Businesses think it's enough to hire a chief economist like me, and then maybe a former minister, a government relations person. It's not enough. Find also a very good political scientist. I really mean good, who can really spend time investing and understanding the local trend, social dynamics. That's what you need to understand. We're in a similar conversation, by the way, 2 days ago here in Oxford, talking to the international development community, whom you think understand these countries, even they don't. They don't have political scientists here, and I made the same point. It's very important to understand the landscape. Another point is, there's a project that up to today I feel so sore. I worked so hard on it. It's a project in Mali. Maybe some of you have heard me tell this story before. The Makala Sugar Project. Some of you anyone from Mali here who knows? Listen about the Makala Sugar Project? Going, gone. Okay, no one. Now, wonderful PPP project with Ilovo as a private sector operator, with the African Development Bank being the kind of long-term provider of development finance. And then I worked hard to make sure that we get a good concession from the government as a partner. I insisted that Ilovo should really make sure that these local farmers are included in the supply chain and outgrowers thing. A beautiful project on paper. So we launched, and then a few months later, Mali happened. It's exploded. And the project was normal. And Ilovo to pull out, of course. We just stood back, we couldn't do anything. Then again, I realized that we did not understand the politics. I'm making my third point here is about paying attention to what I call points of inflection in a country, usually around, change, either a regional dynamic, as we know what happened in Mali was partly a regional dynamic, the fallout from Libya, a lot of armed people who are well trained with a lot of weapons, who are ready to make a change in their country for the better, for worse. But also just election dynamics are a point of inflection. Things that we know what happened with Kenya in 2007, way back then. Was it 2007? Kind of point of inflection around elections. So pay attention to that. It's critically important. The other point is when you go into a country, you often need a good partners. Do your due diligence to find a good partner on the ground. It can be helpful. It can also be a double-edged sword, You think of a good partner, but they're only a good partner because they are aligned to the political elite who are ruling at the time. If you have a change of government, you're then on the wrong side, and you find yourself in trouble again. It's just tough. But don't worry, whatever you do, find a good partner on the ground. And it's not easy what good here means after a while. But at least get your license, because at least if they're a strong partner initially, you get your license and make sure they're able to help you get it renewed, because that's another inflection point, license renewal and renewal fees. And often you hear these things like, oh, we're looking at what we have been paying as a IT company or whatever, as a telecoms company in terms of taxes. It is tax avoidance. They just hit you with a tax bill. Sometimes it happens. And to that point, I want to bring in the MTN case. If there's someone from MTN here, I'm sure they can articulate it better than me. I only read it, the issue that has taken place in Nigeria with the fees of that need to be paid, the penalty of like $5 billion is being negotiated down. I mean, it's quite clear it's taken a very political tone at head of state level. At least that's what the newspapers are saying, and that's what it takes. Again, just paying attention to the regulatory environment, to the inflection points, the change of government. You have to invest. You can't take your eye off the ball when it comes to navigating.
Let me just comment on that specific point, right? Because I think it is a really good illustration. Because I sometimes hear here in the UK, people sort of talk about the MTN case and go, oh my God, business in Africa, you can never trust anything. Yeah. But ask Facebook or Starbucks, how they feel about doing business in the UK. On that perspective, right? You look at the kind of conversations around paying taxes and so on. And yes, of course it is different, but it's not that different, right? It is a similar situation that you can follow all of the rules in some cases, but in the end, the rules change.
They do change.
And you need to understand that the rules might change before they do, right? So I think if you were an observant listener to the UK society, right, you would pick up on the fact that multinationals not paying taxes in the UK is becoming a major political issue. And that is something that you need to think about as a corporation. Similarly, in Nigeria, right? You have to understand, specifically at the moment with oil revenues the way they are and so on, the likelihood that the tax man is going to get more aggressive is not that an issue. But so be ahead of the curve and kind of listen for the music underneath the words, I think is a really critical.
No, absolutely. And your point about being proactive is very, very, very important. Watch out for corruption, and the more people know that you like giving, the more they ask. So don't get involved in corruption. Stay far away from it. It will help you in the future. But it means that it might just take you longer to get your license. But just stay away from corruption. You will be fleeced by some quick-thinking people there. The other point is. Just observe the rules. I mean, things like there are countries where you've got exchange controls. And often it's quite easy to think you are getting away with it. And one day the central bank will hit you with that. Or someone they're upset with you, they'll find a reason to go after you because you've made some mistake in violating exchange controls. It's often a kind of hidden thing, but when it hits you, it can be very devastating. I think that given the time that we have, it's perhaps best just to, we've said a lot, and we've been, to stop here and then have an interactive session with yourselves. Yep. So who will be the first to jump in? And I think it might just be good to take maybe two at a time so that we someone wants to go first.
Thank you. Peter Hinton. I'm very interested in the whole area of low-cost education in Africa and the fact that in many cities, more than 50% of children are being educated by low-cost private schools. But as in Lagos, the reality is the majority of those schools are actually not licensed. And I just wonder what examples you may have seen where you can give incentives to government to change the policy, which is often a colonial legacy policy of the classroom has to be this size, or the playground has to be that size, or you have to own the land, which is actually not practical or possible or achievable if you're running a small private school in a township area. So how do you go, have you seen examples where the government does have an incentive to, or you can give the government an incentive to change that situation, which is obviously suboptimal? It also applies to health and sanitation.
Okay. Maybe let's take a second question, comment.
There was one right here.
Hi, my name is Boris.
I think let's take all three, actually. Probably a good idea.
MBA student at Cambridge Business School. I have a question about managing risks. You both touch upon it, but you describe a very, I would say, discrete approach to that. Would there be a way to have some sort of widespread approach where big investors that don't have time to spend doing that work can actually benefit, that can be used for the continent?
So it's a broader risk approach. Okay. I think let's take a third one. There's someone there. Then I've noted the two individuals. Yeah, you go first. Sir.
Okay. I'm Samuel Agbenigam, and my question is really directed at you, Martin. You did mention that currently within organizations, they take an intuition-based approach to managing government agencies, but that should be flipped into a much more data-driven approach. How do you suggest this kind of structure be built? I mean, we're dealing with unpredictable behavioral patterns, and you can't really say that, well, because this particular pattern was noticed in this particular year, we should expect that same approach. How do you suggest people move from intuition-based relationships to relationships that are based on facts and data in dealing with governments?
That's right. Okay. Maybe Martin, you should then start with
yes,
that one back to front.
Let me start with that one, and
Still
let me
hot,
at least
yeah.
cover the risk question, and I'll see if I can have some thoughts on the education space as well. So, very practically, how do you think about a fact-based approach to stakeholder management, right? For me, where it comes from is so I don't think you need to assume that stakeholders are purely rational actors in order to analyze and think about them, right? But because the same thing is true of your customers, right? If you're a company, your customers are not necessarily rational in how they make procurement decisions. Just ask the jewelry industry, and then so it's really understanding and thinking about what I think you need to do a mapping, right? So if you work, let me just take a very concrete example, right? If you work in the oil industry, let's say you work in the oil industry in Uganda, you need to understand, you need to map out the different stakeholders in that area, in the ministry, in the state-owned companies, in the civil society, and you need to do that kind of actor by actor, and then you need to understand how important are they, and how important is the topic that I care about to them. And then understand, what are they interested in? What are they looking for? What is their objectives, right? And this is really an exercise of understanding other types of rationalities, right? Understanding, for example, that, a minister of energy may have other objectives than just, extracting the oil as quickly, as cheaply as possible, right? He may be interested in understanding job creation. He or she may be interested in understanding implications for energy security. Really, but it requires you as a business to adapt a bit of a policymaker thinking. And it could be other irrational things. It could be self-interest related to money, right? Self-interest related to regional background and community background. And so all of these things, it's not easy, but I think that the fact that it isn't necessarily mathematical doesn't mean that you can't apply rigor and analytics to it, right? It is just but it requires a different effort and a different level of resourcing than what you've had historically. Onto the question about risk management. I think I understood your question correctly, but let me just say the following, right? When it comes to managing political risk, historically, a lot of people have taken a kind of country-by-country approach to that. And I've seen a lot of companies making investment decisions that they basically take, they create a sort of, they have a business plan, they have a kind of hurdle rate, and then they apply a kind of risk premium to the discount rate effectively and say, okay, if we require an 8% return on investment if that's our hurdle rate in the UK, then in Mozambique it's going to be 11%, right? Because we have a 3% risk premium. I think that is a moronic approach to risk management, if I'm going to be entirely correct. Because first of all, because it has all kinds of underlying flaws to it. Primarily, it thinks about risks only at a country level and doesn't integrate a kind of project-specific set of approaches, right? If you're building a toilet paper factory just outside of the capital with an immediate offtake and a payback time of 12 months, then your risk premium looks extremely different than if you're investing in a kind of 10-year LNG project in the north of the country, right? So my point on this is I think political risk analysis needs to be fully integrated into your corporate finance and your project evaluation cycle. It needs to be done on a scenario basis, and it certainly needs to be project specific, right? So you need to say, where is my project? How long is the duration of my project? What are the concrete and specific political risk aspects, right? Is it an offtake? Is it an offtake question? Is it an infrastructure question? Is it a question of regulation? Like, that needs to be very specific and needs to be related to the individual project, right? And I understand if you work in the corporate finance department of a big team that's saying, oh, we've applied the sort of X company standard risk premium of X%. That sort of covers your butt in a way relative to your superiors. But I think it is a wholly inadequate approach to thinking about risk management.
If I can jump in there before we deal with the education question. But also you do need a broader enterprise risk management framework, a full ERM, because what Martin has described and well is kind of going with more financial risk, although everything is a financial impact. But you think about legal risk, contract enforceability risk, it's an issue. You go to court and your papers disappear before your case is had. That's a real risk. A risk of finding skills. Skill supply risk is an issue in some African countries. You can't find the engineers in a telecoms company to work for you. So those are risks. So a much broader enterprise risk management is what we need, in addition to the specifics, when we believe political, core financial, or indeed business continuity, as I mentioned. So make sure that you develop one and make sure that it works. I thought I should jump in there before I forget.
No, absolutely. Great point. And just but very quickly to your point around education, right? It's a very tricky question. It is a very salient and real issue, I think, in a lot of African countries. And I think it is related to, I think it is the origin of these regulations are more complex, I think, than just saying that they're kind of a colonial heritage, right? They have to do with the role of unions and the power of kind of formalized public sector workers, for example, which in many cases, so many African countries, and by the way, not just in Africa, have a very strong kind of insider-outsider system, right? Where you have few people on the inside that are relatively well paid and relatively well protected, and then but provide a woefully inadequate overall service, which is what has created the market for private sector low-cost education, healthcare, or other things, right? How do you deal with that? Well, the first thing, the ways of creating incentives, hopefully, if the governments are interested in improving outcomes, they should be willing to do that, right? They then need to take on the existing stakeholder coalitions that protect the status quo, and that can have difficult and challenging political consequences, right? So I think the first thing in many of the, especially when it has to do with public services, is to ensure that you have politicians that have incentives to deliver improved outcomes, right? This is true everywhere in the world, but I think it is particularly important and often not the case. If you get there, then I think you need to then empower. Those politicians need to be empowered to do something about the complicated stakeholder landscapes that underlies existing structures and existing incentives and so on. Fundamentally, it's a civil society voter challenge, something governments can also do something about. But yeah, it's definitely not easy. I don't know if you have any.
Oh, it's a tough thing because education is really overregulated, and it should, because we want to ensure quality. We struggle for a start with teachers not showing up, teacher absenteeism and all of that. So there's some real issues, and now to try to develop a kind of disruptive model to the whole sector is not easy. So we tend to do, we tweak at the edge and say, look, what we should do is use mobile phones to deliver content, iPads to deliver content, and that's as far as we go in terms of disruption, but not regulatory disruption, which is what you're asking for. How do you build these low-cost, affordable schools? I heard someone was trying it, by the way. What's the big slum in Nairobi, Kibera? I heard someone has been trying something there. Bridge, that's it. Thank you for the name, that's it. Is it originated in an Indian company from India? American, huh? Got my American company called Bridge. So there's a lead there, but I don't know how the Kenyans have dealt with the regulator. Being Kenyans, they're always innovative. I'm sure the Minister of Education is happy with it. So maybe that's already a good example, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. But also, I mean, the World Bank, I like them, and African Development Bank, they are not agents of change and innovation, so they're likely to oppose innovation. And to the next 3 questions. I'm watching the time. Okay.
Just a very quick one. You mentioned about risk management and exchange control. Multinational companies who wish to expand in Africa, I mean, in different parts of Africa, foreign currency risk is the major one. So what do you think is the best tool to manage foreign currency risk? Because it's wiping out their investment basically. And exchange control, devaluation is expected to be increasing in the future in most African countries. And the other is managing bribe and corruption. I mean, in some countries, it's becoming like part of doing business in Africa. And so once you are in the business, it will occur. And then once it occurs, how do you manage it, or what's the best tool to prevent it? Thank you.
I don't think we have an answer for that, but another input, question, comment of someone over there, yeah.
Hi, my name is Ludovic from Cameroon. My question is about trade unifications. As the significant growth projected for economies in Africa materializes, and also as the general political situation settles down, will Africa be likely to see the sort of trade unification experience in the European Union?
You mean the trade unions? Yes. Okay, I get it. So regional integration. Last one, and then we can.
Hi, my name is Stefan Jensen. I'm doing my MBA here. You mentioned some good examples of companies acting as positive forces for social outcomes. You also see the potential for a dark side, ethical challenges by companies engaging too much in order to secure their own interests with politics.
I don't think I understood that question. Did you?
Basically, I think the question was around, is there a downside to companies becoming too engaged in politics, basically, or social questions? Is that right?
Yeah, fabulous. So let's start. Let me quickly deal with the issue of the regional integration in terms of what we see happening. Of course, in terms of, you already have regional groupings. You have UMO, you've got the whole CEFA zone, although in 3 different parts is a regional grouping. You have Southern Africa, the currency-led grouping under the RAND monetary area, and then you've got the SADC, which is more political, which has become more economic, and includes both Southern Africa and East African countries. You have the East Africa community. Now there's something that was signed on the 15th of June 2015 called the Tripartite Trade Zone, which is COMESA, East Africa Community, and SADC. So there's a myriad of these things, a lot of these regional groupings. But the one that, in my view, in all of this, as an additional grouping would I think, have a bit of traction is the East Africa community. That community is keen to come together and reintroduce a single currency. They used to have one, by the way. Then it collapsed because of the tensions between Tanzania and Uganda during Idi Amin's time, basically. That's what happened. And you saw it again being tested, that this relationship, again, in terms of tension between Tanzania and Rwanda over the Eastern Congo, difficulties and so forth. So politics is always a risk to these regional groupings. The region is keen to eventually introduce a single currency and all of that. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't think they should go that far. As long as we have currency convertibility, they are very good at coordinating policy within the region. Budgets are presented on the same day. There's coordination among central bank governors and all of that. There's already, the piping is there, and I think it can make work. But I don't think they should take it as far as having a euro, an East Africa currency. I think it does present a risk. In fact, you can see, I've spent a lot of time studying this, you can see the divergence in just economic fundamentals. Kenya, Tanzania, and then Burundi. I mean, there's just such vast differences in the economic fundamentals, and I think convergence might be difficult to bring together. And talk about free movement of people. People in Tanzania don't really welcome that, because it's not from Tanzania. What about all those Kenyans coming to buy land in Tanzania and so forth, or the overpopulated Burundi and Rwanda, and people moving across to Tanzania to occupy land? It's an issue for Tanzanians. They don't like free movement of people and visas and so forth. But those are the difficulties of, I've said a lot, but regional integration has its benefits and its costs, and I think you see Africa make progress here. On currency risk, the difficulty with that is most of the countries, in fact, well, the bulk of them, there are no currency hedging instruments, whether talking about forward contracts, options contracts, or whatever, to hedge your currency exposure. It's not easy. What I've seen companies do is to sort of use as much domestic currency-based inputs as possible, just to make sure that the inputs and outputs in terms of revenues are all in the same currency. At least you don't suffer from currency volatility in that respect. But it's not easy to hedge your currency in these situations. You just need such a high rate of return that even if the currency collapses by whatever, you're still positive. And there are tools for doing that in economics, whether using an interest parity type argument, or purchasing power parity argument, which tells you about how likely the currency is going to drop in future, depreciate, and to what extent. And often we get that wrong, but those are the tools we have. And then build that into your revenue forecast. But your challenge is currency risk. Can't hedge easily.
Great. I mean, let me quickly comment on the regional integration. I agree with pretty much everything you said, but I think regional integration on the continent is one of the biggest potential levers for growth and improvement that there is, right? And I think it is true across a bunch of different areas, right? Definitely for trade, definitely for movement of people, infrastructure, right? I mean, I think there's really interesting stuff happening, like in West Africa on power, for example, both with the kind of West African power pool, with things like the Mana River dam providing power to a bunch of different countries. I think those are, whenever if it ever gets built. But I think those are all very, very interesting projects that can have huge impact financially and economically. A really basic thing that we've actually done some work on, I think actually together with the African Development Bank, is just on visas. Like, why can't Africans go to each other's countries without going through incredibly lengthy and complicated visa requirements, right? It's a disgrace, and it's a real problem. Now, my biggest issue with regional integration is I would like it to see move from kind of politicians talking to each other towards making actual change happening, right? There are like 10 different free trade areas within the African continent, but there's not that much free trade. Yep. So I would love to sort of see some movement away from the kind of institutions over towards the actions of allowing free movement of goods and people and so on. And it is tricky, but it is very, very important.
Yeah. His question about
on the dark side of corporate engagement in public policy, I think that is definitely a risk, right? You definitely, you don't necessarily want an oil company setting your environmental policy, for example. Just sort of to take a completely random example. I will say, though, that in general, and this I think is particularly true in Africa, that to have more public policy being made and being shaped by a broad exchange between different stakeholders, rather than being made kind of at the back room between. I think that will be a step forward, right? So whether that is corporate engagement in this area or whether it is civil society engagement and so on, I do think that kind of more dialogue and more conversations around it is very important, because far too often when governments in Africa make policy that influences the private sector, they do that without having any real understanding of how economics or project development work and so on. And so they can do irreparable harm to economic growth and investment without actually being aware of it. And so that is probably like the main area of concern that I have. But certainly, you want to preserve the independence between the different institutions.
Colleagues, I suspect we have to stop, because I'm watching the time is 20.
It's a great conversation, though.
Yeah,
we
it's
could
great
keep going
conversation
for hours, but I suspect our
Can we have 2 more minutes, or should I stop?
I think we're 10 minutes.
We're 10 minutes overshot.
Yeah, we should.
So, colleagues, I think you agree with me. We had an energetic session, a passionate session, and I think that we did touch on the salient features of what is critical when it comes to thinking about navigating the politics of doing business in Africa and, in fact, anywhere. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. That's all right. Okay, I will. So good afternoon. If we might continue, hopefully you're having a good day so far and you've been stimulated by all the topics that you heard. This afternoon I'm pleased to introduce our guest, Colin Coleman. Colin is, as the brochure says, the head of investment banking for Goldman Sachs for Sub-Saharan Africa. You won't be surprised that previously he also worked for some other banks, JP Morgan and Standard Bank. What you might be surprised to learn is that before banking, he actually had a quite active career or life in the political world in South Africa. And he was South Africa's first, he was the executive director for the consultative business movement, served in working groups of multi-party talks, facilitated the International Mediation Forum, helped negotiate agreements to facilitate all parties' participation in South Africa's 1994 elections. So in addition to being a banker, he's also an astute observer and a participant in South African politics. He's going to talk to us today about a number of things in the current environment, and perhaps we might also ask him some questions about his work in bringing capital into Africa from China and elsewhere. So with that, welcome to Colin, and I'll join him on the stage, although you have to do all the work in asking the questions. Colin, all yours.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. It's very wonderful to have a cup of coffee in my hand. I think it's Kenyan coffee, by the way, because it's really good. And It's needed because I've had quite a week, Peter. It's been a week in which it started with a trip from Johannesburg to London with Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan, five of us from business, trade union people, basically speaking to over 100 investors in London, Boston, New York, and given my commitment, I came back a little bit early to speak to you. But we had a very interesting week speaking to investors, speaking to the rating agencies, those people who are rather influential these days. And given South Africa's credit rating is one notch away from junk status in Standard & Poor's, what they do in the next few months is very critical to the cost of capital, to the exchange rate, knock-on effects on inflation and growth. And so we're at a pretty important inflection point. Anyway, I'll leave that subject perhaps for question time. What I thought I would do, and it's very good to be with you, and I wish you really well with this conference, is give you a sort of overview, although I know you've had much input, but from where I sit in my role as partner in charge of the Sub-Saharan Africa region, and really the only partner who's paying dedicated attention to the Africa space, of how do we see it. And I was actually at Wharton, Yale, and Harvard. Sorry to say I've shared with the competition. I never knew universities were as competitive as they are. There you go. But I went and I gave a similar talk, and what I found there was it was actually better to allow question and answers because it gets to be a very dynamic dialogue. But the key theme of the talks I gave, and effectively what I want to talk to you about today, is the question which is on everybody's minds at the moment, whether you're private equity, sovereign wealth funds, multinationals, banks, and governments, and those interested in the future of Africa is Africa rising or is Africa uprising? And I'll give you both of those narratives because there's an interplay between those narratives. And obviously I know where we would all like the answer to be because we want the best for Africa and we want Africa to rise. But there are important events at play in the world and in Africa and in the most important countries in Africa, which begs the question, how long will it take for Africa to rise? And at what point in your career lifespan, should this really lift off, so to speak? And Goldman Sachs, by the way, is really a firm that can only rise as fast as GDP rises or falls in the world. We can't make GDP, we can only respond to GDP. And so we were just talking, roughly speaking, Africa is 15% of the world's population, rising to probably 20% of the world's population. It's only really 2% of the world's GDP. And we were talking, and so you were saying, Peter, that roughly 2.5% of your students have historically been from Africa, and it's now 9%, which is a great achievement. And obviously, Peter's ambition to grow the African contribution is ahead of its time. And the question is, so when is Goldman Sachs revenue, 10% of Goldman Sachs' revenue, going to come from Africa? If you really get down to it, where right now it's probably more like 1%. So I'm like the chief of a village that's called Africa. And we have lots of chiefs of villages that all combine to form the federation, which is Goldman Sachs, and make the contribution. But I want to be a big chief. I don't want to be a little chief. So really we are all sort of vested in trying to get the growth of Africa moving. But let me just start at the beginning of saying, it's really interesting when you think about the world today. There's two basic, tectonic plates in the world. The tectonic plate one is the United States. And what we are seeing is, unemployment in the United States at very low levels, 4.9%. And, at some point, inflation is going to start in the United States, and you're going to have GDP growth pushing interest rates in the United States up. And that is going to mean for emerging markets a long trending process of the risk-weighted returns on the developed market assets, particularly in the United States, being more attractive, and that's going to make investing in emerging markets more difficult, more challenging for very big institutions. When you see a BlackRock, there's $4 trillion, even Goldman Sachs has $1.1 trillion of assets under management. These are very large asset pools, and the force of the movement of assets can be quite brutal. So what happens in the United States is going to be very relevant. At the same time, the other tectonic plate is really China. And China has been growing at enormous pace. And obviously the extent of the slowdown in China is the big debate. Is China going to have a softer or harder landing? We've always in Goldman Sachs been more on the soft landing side. But there are important areas of indigestion in China. They don't have bankruptcy laws to help failed firms work out the system. So there's pressure on the credit environment in China. The total information flows in China are very challenging. So really working out a precise picture of what is the real information around economic trends in China means we don't actually have a very good sense of, is the forecast of Goldman Sachs of 6.8% growth of a $10.5 trillion economy this year correct, or is the real economic activity indicators, which is what we see from a bottom-up point of view, more like 4.5%, 5%, where it really is, and it makes a tremendous difference whether China is growing at 4.5% or 6.8% to the world, because the knock-on impacts on commodity prices are going to be long trending. And so just think of this, can we have a world where China is effectively growing at around 5%, and the United States, which is a slow growth environment for them, and the United States continues to do well, and grow at above 2.5% type growth rates? Or is the world so connected? And the answer, I think, is that there is an argument that the United States is reasonably disconnected because it's not much of an export economy. It's a very big independent economy in many respects from those forces. Not to say that what happens in China won't affect things, but the degree of infection is what's at risk. So what does this mean? This means that there is the potential for a world where the United States is, effectively heating up the economy in the United States as the world's largest economy, doing quite well, and interest rates start to move up in the United States, and at the same time a slower China that may actually be grinding down harder than we would have expected. And the knock-on impacts of that on commodities would be quite severe. What does that mean for Africa? That means that you get a longer trending, lower for longer commodity price environment, and you get the vacuum sound of emerging market funds moving to the high yielding, safer United States environment. Very tough world for emerging markets as an asset class. Brazil, having a really tough time, partly self-inflicted, partly global. But that's the case with South Africa, partly self-inflicted, partly global. You've got the same process happening in Russia and in Turkey for different reasons, very difficult environments for those economies. And so what you have is an emerging market challenged environment that translates in Africa into very challenging local conditions. So let me just say that is a sort of macro overlay. Now, let me just switch gears into the Africa Rising debate. So the Africa Rising narrative, there is no question, Peter was saying this university is 800 years old. Whether this happens in the next 5 years or 10 years or 20 years is nothing in the history of this university. It's going to happen, which is you've got, 15% of the world's population, currently, over 1 billion people, growing at much faster population growth rates than other places, with an enormously underserviced emerging middle class that needs banks, that needs telecom, that needs consumer, that needs retail, that needs property, that needs infrastructure, all of this which is going to be a pent-up supply of these goods and services into these economies, which is has a huge investment ticket associated with all of that process. You've got sovereign wealth funds, private equity, important companies, and then you've got important countries we'll come back to in a second, who are all mobilizing around this. And you've got democratization in most African economies. I got quite exercised, by the way, I just wanted to say this publicly. I got quite exercised about the Uganda election. I think that was a really tragic moment for Africa as a whole, that the Ugandan president stands again after several times in office, that there was significant violence in that election and significant questions over that election result. That is not a narrative that has its place in Africa right now. And I wanted to stand up against it because I think, that is a shame on Africa and its narrative. We've had such a success in the democratization narrative around Africa, and you cannot but stand up and say, in Nigeria's case, well done to the Nigerian people for electing a new president peacefully when everybody expected bloodshed. I was in Nigeria 3 weeks before that election, and there was hardly a Nigerian business leader who was not going to be in London at the time of the election, because everyone expected a conflict that was going to explode in Nigeria, and yet Nigeria got through that peacefully. What President Buhari has done with his election and his administration is somewhat frustrating, because he's taken very long to put in place an administration, and there's widespread paralysis and a dysfunctional economic and fiscal environment at this point in time. But we'll come back to that. But that democratization narrative really holds in most places in Africa. And because of that, the population explosion, the fact that you've got this mobilization of people, capital, expertise, countries, and so on. And there's is a really long-range opportunity in which we should see, more students from Oxford who are African. We should see more GDP from Africa. We should see more revenue contribution in Goldman Sachs from Africa, everywhere people touch. And this is why last April we had Lloyd Blankfein in Africa. This is why last week Jeff Immelt from GE was in Johannesburg in Africa, committing to growing his business. This is why we've seen significant growth in private equity assets in Africa. And so we could talk a lot about it, but I just want to really press home that this is not a story that is about to stop. This is a long-range development, and the question is how seamless and how quick and accelerated is the development going to be. Now, China, just for 1 second on China. I was instrumental in the ICBC Standard Bank transaction. The reason I saw that transaction was that, or saw that coming, was that in 2006, if you remember in October, basically the then president of China called African countries to a summit. And 53 of 54 countries, presidents, pitched up in Beijing. And I thought, wow, this is an amazing event. In 2006, what does this mean? It's not for fun. So the Chinese have a plan. I better get to China and understand what that plan is. So in 2007, in February, I went to China, and we had widespread conversations with the Chinese corporates and banks about who was interested in what was going on. All of them were. I went back to the hosting of the African Development Bank meeting, which was in April in Beijing. Sorry, it was in Shanghai that year. And I went back and I spoke at the conference of the African Development Bank in Shanghai, which told me something as well. And basically within a few days of that visit, a number of CEOs asked me to go and see them in China, and one of them was the ICBC chairman, Zhang, from ICBC, and I invited him to come to Johannesburg in June which he did, and we introduced him to 2 bank CEOs to talk about the possibility of a transaction with him for him to buy into those banks. And that then led to conversation with Standard Bank. Standard Bank by September went on a reverse trip to Beijing, which we facilitated. And by October, we announced the transaction, which was $5.5 billion investment by ICBC in Standard Bank as its vehicle for playing the African growth story. Now, it's a lesson in that because there was no suggestion about the fact that there might be such a transaction. It was the largest transaction at that time ever to come out of China, offshore investment. And obviously it was closed really months before the global financial crisis. So June 2008, onwards, the events sort of unfolded, but we had closed the transaction in February that year, and it was critical for Standard Bank to get that capital because it was primary and secondary shares in Standard Bank. But really, as young people, what I always say that what you're really looking for in leadership and you're looking for in bankers and you're looking for in business people is that entrepreneurial vision of saying, you know what, I see something coming, let's go and test the art of the possible and try and make something happen that's not in the air. You have to go and craft something. So I just use that as an example. But since then, we've done Jinchuan Meterex, we've done discovery investing in a partnership with Ping An, we've done a whole bunch of other things around the China-Africa debate, and I've been in China maybe 12 times in the intervening period. President Xi was in South Africa on the Africa-China summit for 4 days, which I understand from Peter is the same amount of time that he spent in the UK. So if that gives you an idea of how important recently it is to the President of China to be in Africa and spend that time, I think it says to you that China is going to be a long-range partner of Africa. Now, that we can talk about the benefits, the pros and cons of it, because I know every one of you has a whole bunch of questions about is that good or bad for Africa and so on and so forth. My own personal bias is that it's very good for Africa, but Africa needs to take control of the agenda and craft the agenda and use it to their benefit and express their vested interests in the unfolding discussions with China. We can spend lots of time on that. But I think the bottom line is we in our lifetimes as Africans should expect China to be a long-range partner, and if I could suggest one thing, as part of an African school, you all learn Mandarin, because Mandarin is what I tell my children, and they don't listen to their father. So my one child learned Mandarin for 2 years and gave it up, but I'm sure she's going to go back to it in the future. But learning Mandarin is going to be so important to doing business in Africa in the future. And I think for anybody, frankly, knowing Mandarin is a major plus in your careers going forward. So let me pause there. The African rising narrative is a very long-range systemic issue. The Africa uprising narrative is an interesting one because right now there is a whole bunch of indigestion that goes back to that macro picture that I explained of a China that's slowing down and a US that is getting stronger, and that being very, very difficult for Africa. And what is this meaning? We did the Angola sovereign bond, inaugural sovereign bond, in November, December last year. We raised $1.5 billion. It was 4 times oversubscribed. We priced the coupon on the bond 50 basis points tighter than we had indicated at the start of the bond roadshow, because there was significant demand, and notwithstanding the issues around oil, which was in the market already, Angola had been very seized with dealing with the budgetary consequences of a lower oil price very quickly, and they were very smart about it. But the oil environment is very important for many of the big countries. When I say the big countries, I'm really talking South Africa, which is really a more commodity country than an oil economy. It's an oil importer. Angola, Nigeria, and Kenya, and then Egypt. Those are, in my mind, the bigger countries in Africa. And many of the other countries are really, really economic provinces. I know this is going to upset every one of you. But whether you're from Botswana or Zimbabwe or those places are really kind of interplaying with the lead role of South Africa in that particular part. Angola is its own economic zone. Nigeria really dictates what really is happening around the West Africa environment. Kenya is critical to what happens around Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, even into Mozambique. That whole aspect. And Egypt is instrumental in the North Africa environment, including Morocco and other places. So I would say when you really think about these countries, Angola is going through, I would just paint it quickly for you, a tough environment, independent of that Dos Santos family general superstructure that oversees, the government. But the government is actually quite well run, but they have a very tough economic environment as a result. And I hear, very significant stress that's getting fed into the population lower down. Nigeria, as I said, just speaking to corporates like ShopRite and Standard Bank and MTN and others that are active in the Nigerian environment, basically, we know from Goldman Sachs the convertibility risk of the currency is immense. Getting money in and out of the country is difficult. Having proper liquidity and being able to deal with a currency that is basically half in the formal market what it is in the black market. So the black market is around 400 naira. The formal exchange rate is 200, 198 or whatever it is, to the dollar. So you've got this huge dislocation, by the way, which means effectively, in practice, Nigeria is not the largest economy anymore in Africa. South Africa is once again the largest economy because you have to halve the GDP number in Nigeria into dollars, and what we look at is the dollarized number of these economies. This is not to say that Nigeria won't at some point again be the fastest and the biggest rising economy in Africa. It will be, and that's for that reason that I've spent a huge amount of my time. But the indigestion of having an administration that is really somewhat paralyzed, getting things through the ports, very difficult, getting goods into the country, very difficult, money in, money out, very difficult, and a growing difficulty in the regulatory relationships in Nigeria makes things tough. Okay? Egypt, which has been doing quite well on the economic front, opening the new Suez Canal project and so on, but at the same time what you're seeing is overreaching on the political side and a growing conflict which is not helped by the fact that, for example, former President Morsi was effectively put into jail on a life imprisonment charge, but effectively the government wants to hang President Morsi and is effectively looking for a conviction that he'll get the death sentence in Egypt. It's very inflammatory to the politics of Egypt, and so you see what's going on there. It's not cooling the environment. What we would want to look for is we want to look for a cooling of the economic and political atmosphere in order to get support to go and do more investments. Notwithstanding that, we have managed to IPO a company called Edatar in Egypt. I think Morocco is quite an interesting place. It's quite stable. The kingdom there has done a good job, and it seems that Morocco is a small but growing sort of force in the region. Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Mozambique has a very interesting development around the oil and gas side, which is, effectively the gas find in Mozambique will have a potential $50 billion expenditure in an economy that's only about $10 billion in size. And they have a budget of $4 billion in Mozambique. That is a complete revolution in a Mozambique economy that has high potential, but the capacity constraints in the government for managing the project have meant it's taken longer. We've hit the oil price problem. So the commitment of the dollars to invest in Mozambique is probably some way off. as a consequence, because the major oil companies, Anadarko and ENI, are likely to slow down the rollout of that project, which is a difficulty. And then you've got all the Kenya, Uganda relationships around the oil and gas pipeline, who's going to get the benefit of the infrastructure going through their economy out to the ocean to get the oil out to China. And basically, they are insisting that there'll be a refinery in the region, which is not economical, and it doesn't make any economic sense. So the Chinese won't build the pipeline on that basis, and if they don't build the pipeline, you won't get the oil out. So even though you've got a great oil find, it means nothing until you've got an infrastructure package to make it work. Kenya, I've got to say, has always worried me in respect of the total governance of that country and the ability to separate out the economics of the private sector and the politics of the government. It seems to be much more tied in. In Nigeria, we've done lots of transactions with the private sector. It's never touched government, ordinary regulatory issues, but there's never been any suggestion that politicians in Nigeria need to get involved in bond issues of banks, for example. And so I think Kenya has some progress to make in respect of managing the political environment and managing corruption in that country. And that gives a lot of indigestion in that respect. And I think many of these other countries are not dissimilar. Tanzania and others are making, with their new president, some great sounds, that we have to see how the capacity constraints work. So I would say, in respect of the Africa Uprising narrative, and we haven't really talked about South Africa, but I've hinted at the fact that South Africa is going through a very difficult moment of fending off the rating agencies, President Zuma's leadership, and the issues surrounding governance and institutional credibility and integrity, which are not reminders of the Mandela era in South Africa and are causing a lot of pain in the society. So I would say right across the piece, each of these big countries are going through some very, difficult digestion problems. But I come back to it and I'd say, Peter, and then I'm going to stop, is that the Africa Rising narrative will win. But it's going to win only when two things happen. One, these countries manage to deal with their own specific challenges, and we've identified what they are, and that's through the hard work of the people and the governments of those countries individually, and when the global conditions ease, so that we can get a more normal narrative, but this is going to be a cycle that may take years. So in that respect, I think, countries all have what they don't control, and they all have what they can control. So they need to attend to what they can control and hope to guide the world into a better place and wait for that environment. Last point is, so if you're thinking here, as doing an MBA or doing whatever you're doing about the Africa opportunity, I would say in your lifetimes, not necessarily in mine, this story is going to reach a crescendo. It's not there yet. We've been ramping up. Last year, Goldman Sachs' revenues in the region were as big outside of South Africa as they were inside South Africa. I think, frankly, this year is not going to be as positive a contribution from outside South Africa to the regional revenues. But we're building a portfolio of client prospects, of opportunities in the advisory and the financing world, and I do think that over time it'll be a big story for the world and for Goldman Sachs. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Colin. So Colin has shared with us a wide-ranging point of view about, probably I counted 15, 20 different countries that you mentioned by name, the economies, various deals, politics, and more. It's now your turn. So we have about 10 minutes for questions, and we'll start with, this gentleman in the middle, right? Actually, over there, kind of straight up the middle here, please.
Why don't we take like 3 questions?
Okay, we can do that.
Hi.
My name is Alakiwa. I'm the CEO of A Experience Abroad. You mentioned about the US having about 4.9% unemployment, and I understand that's just for the economically active. I know that here in the UK we've got about 5.1% unemployment in the economically active, and about 21.7% economically inactive. So I just wanted to ask, how is Goldman Sachs then addressing investment to companies that address the offer employment to the economically inactive?
And I think what we'll do is we'll take 2 or 3 questions, and then Colin will answer a bunch of them. So if there's another mic, actually, okay, there's one right there, and then maybe the woman up there for the 3rd question, and then Colin will answer that portfolio questions.
Hi, Colin. Marco Fisser from, I'm doing my executive MBA here at Oxford, and I work in private equity in London. You mentioned briefly about the political situation, particularly in South Africa, and I just was wondering, in your mind, to what degree does the financial climate, is it dictated by the political climate within South Africa?
Okay, and then the 3rd question.
Hi, I'm Leander from Leapfrog Investments, and you touched on the currency decline in Africa, and my question is, to what extent do you think it's cyclical and that we're just going through another trough? Because we know that currencies go through peaks and troughs, and whilst I'd like to be as optimistic as you've been, you see companies such as Barclays leaving Africa, and you wonder whether it's because they think that this trough is going to be extended and it's not really a trough, but it's actually a decline. That's related to your uprising that you were mentioning, or is it just I'm just curious to know what your opinion is on where you see the currencies going.
Okay, so let me deal with the 3 questions of investing in inequality and the unemployed, and how does that get going? The South Africa question, and the last one. So I think it's a good question. I think the difficulty with the Volcker rule, okay, in the United States is what it has done is it's made it more difficult for the banking industry to invest as a principal and to mobilize principal sources of funding. Having said that, Goldman Sachs does invest in companies. We've just invested in a small African company. We're invested in a, I don't know if you saw that, that we just invested, I'm not sure exactly the number, but somewhere around $50 million or so in a company in the mobile space. We've invested in a range of other companies, MTN Nigeria, IHS, a bunch of them. These are obviously not startups, but they are companies that are early on in their development, and we see it as an opportunity to play the growth companies, so to speak. Venture capital is there's quite a big shortage of venture capital, which is really what would tap into what you're suggesting. There are certain entrepreneurs, wealthy families, private equity people that are more attuned to investing in that. Mark Shuttleworth has a venture capital fund, for example. And I'm sure you've talked about it in your, I saw some other private equity people on the program, so I'm sure you've talked about that. But generally speaking, the question of how small businesses are supported is a big debate. We have something called 10,000 Small Businesses, and we had something called 10,000 Women, which was effectively putting small business owners through crash courses of how to facilitate management and then mentoring and connecting them with funders. So there are various ways in which Goldman Sachs is attending to that, but it's a big question with a small answer. If you understand, I think it's probably something that the likes of Oxford need to spend more time thinking and contributing towards the intellectual thought of how do we actually see it as an opportunity as well. And I was saying to Peter earlier that I believe that the whole issue of SOEs in Africa is going to get displaced by technology discoveries and innovation, like the mobile payment systems, battery-generated generators instead of diesel-fired power in every building in Lagos, why don't we have battery-fired power capacity, and we'll see solar. Africa is a fantastic place for solar energy, and so on and so forth. So I think the mix of energy, the mix of telecommunications is going to be very technology-driven, which also will create opportunities there. On the South Africa piece, absolutely, your question is, will the politics infect the economic environment? Absolutely, it will. I mean, the current reality is the political environment, particularly around December and the appointment of the finance minister, really made South Africa's risk premium go significantly higher. The currency dropped significantly. That caused inflation in the economy. It's a very difficult sort of environment. And what we've done, and part of this roadshow that I was on this week with trade unions and business and government, is to rally behind the government in our own vested interest to help create a much better environment for businesses to work towards a social compact that will effectively deliver some answers on labor, some answers on SOEs, some answers on the critical issues of mining and legislation and stabilizing the economy and attracting tourism and all the things that will effectively take what is a sub 1% growth rate more back to the 3.2% average growth rate. So really working together in partnership between government, business and labor is going to be the source of inspiring a different growth narrative in South Africa. The last question, I'm just trying to remember, and what specifically about? The Barclays issue. So I mean, look, there's, as I say, there's tectonic plates of these economies which reflect in the currencies and the strength of the United States dollar, which is absolutely overwhelming in the emerging market currencies at this point in time. But I would say in respect of Barclays, firstly, just to tell you what I can, because I can't really talk about the detail, but I can talk to you about the high-level issue. The high-level issue is Barclays is divesting, the group has said they're divesting from Barclays Africa, not because of Barclays Africa, but because of the group capital issues and the overall regulatory issues on Barclays, which means they have to effectively raise capital and shed some business. And this is the one that they chose to shed instead of shedding the United States investment bank business. And that was a sort of high-level decision, which has very little to do with the Africa rising on uprising narrative. I think it's got to do with Barclays' own issues. But definitely this is going to be cyclical. It won't stay like this forever. There'll be balance that will come back. But really, bottom line, the African countries need to take care of what they can control. Their own fiscal and monetary policies is what is critical. And in Nigeria, for instance, there is no sustainable path for the current policy of the current monetary policy, and at some point they will have to move on a floating currency. And we did some research for South Africa, which demonstrated to me as a student, having done that research, that floating currencies are very powerful shock absorbers of structural changes in economies, and those currencies that don't float effectively will blow up at some point because you don't allow for structural changes that come into play.
So the organizers here, we are currently out of time, but we've started a bit late. So if it's okay with everybody, we'll take a couple more questions, 3 more questions, and perhaps starting with the one right here. And then number 2 and 3, 2 and 3.
My name is Terhas, and I'm a former Oxford. I'm not doing an MBA, but I still work in Africa, but I'm based in the UK. My question is, you mentioned different countries, and I can understand you avoiding the Horn of Africa, but you didn't say anything about Zimbabwe. And those countries that are facing problems of devaluation, do you advise that they do the same as what Mugabe did? One. And second, as a banker, what do you advise, or what would be your advice to countries, African countries that have serious forex problems? I come from a business background. For the last 5 years, our factories had been closed because the government has a serious forex problem. So what is the solution? Because you go to IFC, you go to World Bank, it's the same story.
Okay. Question 1. Question 2 is right there. Nadia? Yeah. Yeah, right there. No, one up.
You spoke about the intersection of government, business, and labor, and just trying to understand where civil society organizations come into play, especially given that a lot of European governments, previously funded, and global governments are now focused on attention on migrant crises and other parts of the world. Where is HIV, AIDS being addressed, maternal mortality, and how does business have a role to play in helping the governments address these issues?
Okay, and then number 3. Gentleman up there on the other side. Yeah, please.
So infrastructure is a very powerful socioeconomic catalyst. AFDB cites spending in Africa at 70 billion per annum, but the needs actually total to 150 billion. So that investment gap can't be filled by governments alone, nor DFIs. Banks have traditionally played the main project lender role, but just like in the case of Barclays, due to macro regulatory changes, they're increasingly less able to play that financing role. So for institutional investment, where you cited numbers, BlackRock, Goldman, in the trillions of dollars, how can you connect those enormous pools of capital to this enormous investment need, given that infrastructure produces long-term inflation-adjusted yields?
3 small questions.
Please, just I just would like to ask, Colin, you said something that I think is really critical to whether Africa does eventually get to rise or not, and you said that you didn't think it makes sense for an oil refinery to be built in Kenya or Uganda, that it should be built somewhere. But if we look at the whole issue of beneficiation being one of the issues that Africa has, that would enable us not to just ship out our raw materials, but be able to earn money and be able to sell value-added products. Why do you say that it doesn't make sense in Kenya or Uganda? Why should it be elsewhere? Thank you.
I'm going to, if I can, Peter, I'll go in reverse order because it's easier to remember. So on the refineries, I mean, you know, the economics, the maths of a refinery, I think around 250,000 barrels of oil a day don't make sense. There's no basis upon which the production in that region alone can support a refinery. So that then raises the question, well, what about other oil refining out of the broader region capacity? Can we mobilize that into a refinery in East Africa? So that then gets to, well, do you know what? South Africa wants to build a refinery. You know what? Angola wants to build a refinery. Well, Nigeria wants to build a refinery. Mozambique wants to build a refinery. Because every single African country wants to build a refinery. None of them make sense alone. So that means those African countries have to coordinate and cooperate. But you succeed with getting any one of those countries saying, okay, well, we'll give up on ours so that you can have yours. So what is the deal? What is the negotiated transaction? So that's where the likes of the African Development Bank and, you know, these regional bodies and so on really have to come into play. But they're very institutionally weak. And I just don't think South Africa's institutions at this point in time are going to get it right, if I put it that way, to allow for that debate to end up with, you know what, we as sub-Saharan Africa are going to center our refining capacity there so that it can be 1 million or 2 million barrels of oil a day refining capacity. And the Chinese will say, great, we'll build it for you, and we'll have our pipeline out of there. That's fine. But you know, they're not going to do it for something that's unworkable. So in the end, what happens is Uganda or whoever have this high public expectation that, oh, they're going to get a refinery because the government says so, but nobody can agree on it, so nothing happens, and in fact, not even the oil is developed. And so everybody loses. So we need to be far more smart about, you know, what is the true reality around the economics of refineries and who's going to get it and how we're going to get it to work. On the infrastructure game, you know, that is a global phenomenon, as you put it, that banks' credit capacities effectively are reducing, particularly the European banks, you know, have to reduce their credit intensity and their assets. So effectively, in order to get back to capital ratios that make sense, they're selling assets. They're not bringing assets onto their balance sheets. So particularly the European banks who have not taken the pain, like the United States took the pain around the global financial crisis, those banks are much better positioned. And what this means is there's much less capacity. Having said that, the indigenous African savings is actually quite significant. So whether it's the likes of the PIC or the institutions in the economies of Africa, not just South Africa, that have significant savings, you know, there's the big potential to mobilize those savings more effectively for long-term infrastructure investing, which, as you say, has this annuity-style returns, which suit the liabilities of the institutions making those loans. So I think we should be able to work our way through that with a smart approach. And the African Development Bank is one institution that's helpful. The IFC is actually very active on the continent. And then the other banks like Standard Chartered and Barclays Africa, and Citibank and HSBC and others that are active in the lending space, you know, should continue to do that. Nadia, on your question on civil society, you know, the ultimate arbiter of civil society is the voting process. You know, obviously people often think of civil society as some nebulous sort of religious organization, almost like a church-going organization of some form that mobilizes from time to time and sort of talks on the side. Well, actually, civil society ultimately are the voters. And you've seen the force of Trump in the United States. And, you know, so why is it that, you know, the populations of our countries are relatively slow to react to unacceptable behaviors across the continent? We have to be much more front-footed. And so I think cooperating with organized civil society is important, but actually civil society needs to organize itself and be very active and have a loud voice. You know, and then, you know, look at the students, the Fees Must Fall campaign in South Africa. Within weeks, they effectively got the president to concede to their basic demand, which was that they're not going to put up the fees, and they had to find significant amounts of capital to do that. The last question, you reminded me, and thanks for doing that, about Ethiopia. I think Ethiopia is an African rising story. Okay, I've met with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. I've been there 3 times. It's a difficult country to navigate, but actually they're a society to study because they have a very specific approach to their growth plan that is quite unique, quite homegrown, quite thoughtful. You know, they're doing this industrial parks, they're building infrastructure, they don't want to privatize their cash cows, telecommunications. They don't want to allow the global banking system to infect the local banking system, so they want to keep the local banking system. I don't agree with everything they're doing, but they're very thoughtful and very disciplined about what they are doing. And I would bet on that society. I think they're going to do great work, and I've been very impressed with them. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, how long do you want me to talk? I'll give you the 1 second version. Is Robert Mugabe has been a tragic story, because as a liberator turned oppressor, he has destroyed what was a very vibrant economy, and one that until he is long gone, I personally will not touch, and Goldman Sachs will not touch.
Well, Colin, thank you so much for your insights, but also for your insights and for your candor. You know, it's important when we bring guests in that, you know, that they actually speak frankly to us, and I think you've done that in a really positive way. So thank you so much. Thank you. And the next sessions will start soon, immediately.
1, 2. 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1.
Yeah. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be able to speak here today on a subject and in a place that's so very close to my heart. I'd like to thank the University of Oxford, the Saïd Business School, and the Oxford Business Network for Africa for granting me this opportunity. By way of introduction, my name is Ladi Dilano. I am an alum of this great institution, having graduated from a postgraduate diploma last year. I'm also a current student here, reading for my master's. And finally, I'm an African entrepreneur who's proud to call Lagos my home. So far today, we have discussed how to enable business in Africa, how to navigate non-market forces unique to Africa, and how to scale our businesses on the continent of Africa. However, my contribution to this conversation of an unreasonable Africa is simply to ask the question, why? Why are we investing our precious time and capital in Africa? Why do we all want to return to the continent of Africa? Why risk our future on a continent that is considered anything but risk-free? We all have dreams, and as a child, my dream was always to become an entrepreneur. I spent my childhood identifying and exploiting opportunities, and I remember being called into the headmaster's office on numerous occasions, being reprimanded for either doing deals or selling stuff to people at school. I was hopelessly ambitious, unashamedly enterprising, and even at that young age, more determined to make it in business than anyone else I knew. So much so that in the middle of my undergraduate studies, I decided to drop out in search of greener pastures and forge my way in the world as an entrepreneur. Over the next 10 years, I started several different businesses across several different continents. Some worked well and were extremely profitable successes, while many more were complete failures. Failures I learned from. It was during these ups and downs that I began to ask myself that pertinent question, why? Why am I doing all of this? Why did I drop out of university? Why am I chasing this dream? You see, when I came to Oxford in the summer of 2013, like so many before me, I came looking for answers. I found those answers in this very building. It was within these hallowed halls that I slowly began to make sense of my professional life. Before I arrived here, I'd always believed to be an entrepreneur was to embody capitalism in its most basic form. An individual who would position him or herself to exploit every opportunity for uncontrolled economic gain at any cost. Although I worked tirelessly to live up to Adam Smith's definition of capitalism in its purest sense, I never felt entirely comfortable with it. I felt like I was missing something. It failed to provide me with that sense of purpose that I so desperately yearned for. However, this all changed in a lecture theatre not too far away from here, where I was introduced to the concept of shared value. As many of you know, Michael Porter and Mark Kramer's paper argues that companies are too focused on short-term financial performance and are ignoring the true influences that determine long-term success. They premise their argument by asking, how can companies overlook the social and economic distress of the communities in which they sell and in which they produce? For me, this was a eureka moment. I had found a framework that redefined every company I had ever built and would form the basis of every new company I was ever going to build. You see, I love my country. I love my continent. It has given me my family, my home, and my passion. But when I returned to Nigeria in the summer of 2011, I felt guilt. Guilt that so many Nigerians aren't afforded the same opportunities as you and I. Guilt that so many Africans can't find the most basic jobs to support themselves and their family. As an African, this made me angry. As an entrepreneur, it just didn't make sense. Porter and Kramer's article clearly highlighted to me the economic argument, as much as the social one, for making sure all Nigerians, all Africans, are afforded the same opportunities as you and I. I began to realize that as African entrepreneurs, it's our responsibility to link our company's success with social progress, providing a clear sense of purpose to our entrepreneurial endeavors by addressing the continent's main challenges. The biggest of which, I believe, is youth unemployment. In sub-Saharan Africa today, youth unemployment is at 25%. In Nigeria, it's at 54%. 54%. To put things into perspective, during the Great Depression of the 1930s, still the most severe economic depression to have hit the Western world, youth unemployment at its peak was at 28%. However, out of such adversity, the United States and the developed world recovered. This recovery was driven by a belief system that fueled the American dream. So what's happened to our African dream? What's happened to our youth and their potential? I am worried that as a result of current macroeconomic uncertainty, we don't have a sense of that dream anymore. But we have to. America, the UK, and China all have aging populations, but Africa has the demographic advantage that is the envy of the world, a demographic advantage that multinationals see as our untapped potential. But as I travel up and down the continent, the one thing that frightens me, this isn't our destiny. This is our young unemployed, our demographic advantage, having no other option but to beg. It's our African dream fading away before our very eyes. Youth unemployment poses a threat to all of our businesses, those businesses you haven't even started yet. The threat of political instability is heightened due to the risk of social unrest. High crime rates increase our operating expenses due to prevention measures. We also suffer from higher human resource costs as a result of an inexperienced and undertrained pool of talent. They're jobless, they're not learning anything. In my capacity as an entrepreneur, it is my responsibility to protect my businesses against these long-term threats. I believe that we have a duty to respond and rise to the challenge of reducing youth unemployment, as it will not only benefit our businesses, but also our people. For me, this has become a personal mission. My parents met here in the UK in the 1970s and sacrificed everything for my sisters and I. Like so many African parents who sacrificed their dreams by working 2 or 3 jobs to provide for their children And like so many other African parents on the continent who struggle and hustle to find the school fees and the travel money to send their children here abroad to study, my parents fought to ensure we were afforded every opportunity in life, just like I'm sure yours did too. So just imagine my father's reaction when I told him I was dropping out of university to become an entrepreneur. Let's just say that African parents don't always just respond with words. At the time, I didn't understand my parents' unwavering vision for a better Africa. I didn't understand what they had done for me and why. I didn't understand why education was so important to them. However, in those moments of entrepreneurial failure, I began to realize that life without opportunity is no life at all. Ironic how it took me dropping out of university to understand the true value of opportunity. Today, I have no doubt that through opportunity comes sustainable growth that can bring an end to widespread youth unemployment. You see, our parents were the stewards of our future. They were the stewards of Africa's future. They were the purveyors of opportunity. Therefore, my fellow Africans and African entrepreneurs, it's now our time to return home and help kickstart that labor-intensive growth that the continent so desperately needs by creating opportunities, believing in ourselves, and working together to reignite our African dream. According to the UN, Africa has the largest youth population in history. That's a population made up of you and I, a population of all our hopes and all our dreams, a population that is our greatest strength, but could easily become our greatest weakness. In order to mitigate the risks posed to our businesses by youth unemployment, we need a generation of entrepreneurs who are focused on building profitable businesses that are inclusive in nature and provide economic empowerment for as many people as possible. In my humble opinion, those are the type of businesses that will and can change the world. Since returning to Africa, I have completely revamped and restructured my business. Bakri Delano Africa and DFL Investments have been restructured and rebranded in the spirit of Porter and Kramer into Grace Lake Partners. It's an investment firm dedicated to building a better Nigeria. We're engaged in stimulating youth employment through entrepreneurship. No longer is youth unemployment an external issue that we leave for corporate CSR programs. We now regard the issue as a long-term influence to our business. And therefore, we ensure that it's front and center of our risk management strategy. You see, by collectively addressing the risks that we all face to our business, we can all affect real change on the continent of Africa. I'll give you an example. At Grace Lake Partners, we have amended our investment philosophy to address the long-term threats posed by youth unemployment. We now ensure that all our investments are focused exclusively in labor-intensive sectors, such as agriculture, mining, and retail. No more oil and gas for us. Let's take the pharmaceutical retail sector, for example. This is a sector where 50% of all drugs bought and sold today are counterfeit, where unstable prices lead to erratic price fluctuations of everyday pharmaceuticals for Africans and Nigerians, where in an environment that is heavily dependent upon pharmacists for medical advice, poorly trained pharmacists are prescribing the wrong drugs to consumers. Our solution at GLP is a pharmaceutical retail chain aimed at the base of the pyramid. We promise everyday low prices, 100% original drugs, well-trained pharmacists, as well as a GP consulting room in every store. In 2016, we're going to open 10 new stores with the view to scale to 30 new stores in 2017. This is just one of 4 new investments we've made in labor-intensive sectors. But we haven't stopped there. We've got one step further, and we've founded an academy that specializes in adult education for our support staff and the local neighborhood youth to equip them with the education they need. I'm proud to say that with our support, 80% of the graduating class in 2015 have been admitted to universities across the country to study medicine, political science, biochemistry, and agriculture. Now, why is this relevant? Because these are young Nigerians who, through no fault of their own, had found themselves out of the system. But now they have the opportunity to find employment and make an enduring contribution to our country's future. It is my hope that this virtuous cycle will be completed when we're able to induct these very same students into our business upon graduation. Students that understand our company culture already. This is reducing those human resource costs I mentioned. So now, when I look at Africa's insurmountable challenges, I don't fret anymore. I see opportunity. Opportunity that has redefined my sense of purpose. It is clear to me that Porter and Kramer's economic argument for social progress is not simply an idealistic theory, but a unifying framework that can deliver widespread sustainable growth. Therefore, I urge you all to take the time and ask yourselves that pertinent question: why? Why do you want to build businesses in Africa? Why do you want to return to Africa? Why do you think your idea is relevant to Africa? When I now ask myself these questions, I reply that through entrepreneurship, we can create real economic value for ourselves, for our shareholders, whilst also helping to solve some of the greatest challenges that face the continent today. We can actually do that. If our parents sacrificed so much to create opportunities for us to succeed, then I believe it's for us to create opportunities for Africa to succeed. I thank you, Oxford, for inspiring me, and I hope I've had the opportunity to expand your sense of possibility. Thank you.
And we are almost at the end of our day. This last part will definitely be worth it. At some point, I was genuinely wondering how I could possibly still be alive. And then I got into a long conversation with Dolika. And my goodness, this woman is a force. I cannot tell you how exciting it is to meet an African woman as aspirational as she is. Not necessarily because of the impressive roles on her profile, and trust me, they are. Citibank, Barclays, the World Bank, CDC. Yes, but more because of her courage and her fundamental belief that Africa will find its way to the forefront of greatness. Today, she reminded me of something which, to some extent, we all know. If you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. Listening to her, you can't help but be in awe. Now, I know that she moved mountains to be here with you today, so I will not hold her back any further. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dolika Banda.
Good afternoon, Oxford. Good afternoon. Lunchtime was like 4 hours ago. First of all, I'd like to give my sincere thanks to Dean Peter Tufano. Thank you for the honor. I'd like to thank the students and the organizing committee. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I did move mountains because I think this sort of chance comes once in a lifetime, and I wasn't really in a position to say no. I'd like to start just very quickly by asking, in the next 12 to 18 months, how many of you are moving to Africa? Great. In the next 18 to 24 months, how many of you would like to, but are afraid, have reservations to move to Africa? About as many. About as many. To those who did not raise a hand, may I share with you what I believe is an Irish saying. They have many. May those who love us being Africa. For those who do not love us, may God turn their hearts so that they may love us. For those whom God cannot turn the hearts, may he turn their ankles so that we may know them by their limping. So as we leave this evening, I will be looking for the limps. I know that I am speaking here to an audience that has choices. Every single person in this room has the choice to stay here in the Western world, in the Northern Hemisphere, and live a very, very comfortable life. You also have a choice to go back to an Africa that is still living on aspirations, but still lives with a lot of adversity and a lot of difficulty. Ladi gave me a nice lead when he started by saying, why? Ask yourselves the questions, why? I hope by the end of the next 15 minutes, 18 minutes, I would have touched at least one or two of you or more to be able to say, because. Africa is not an easy continent, we all know. But where there is difficulty is indeed where there is opportunity. And what I want to do today, because I think you have had a full day of statistics and wisdom and professorial lectures, is to share with you how I ended up answering my why question with because, and I decided to move back to Zambia. Africa is a vast continent, so one should always be careful in terms of how one uses it. After a very long career in the US, in the UK, in South Africa, covering a number of countries globally. It went in 3 stages. It goes in 3 stages. So the first stage for me was like going on the internet and looking for love, which I didn't find. I fell in love with the story of Africa as much as everybody else did. Today we keep hearing the phrase of Africa rising. We've been hearing this phrase for the last, we're now in the 15th year, I think. Still rising. Not risen, we're still rising. But the numbers were very, very appealing. The story was very, very appealing. 50+ countries, 1 billion people, 500 possibly million aspirational individuals, a growing middle class, 50+ people below the age of 30 and underserved, the bite of technology, the power of technology. How could anyone fail with all this? Therefore, Africa was the way. So, my internet love, packed my bags, landed in Zambia. Phase 2, total frustration. Things I had not expected. I had flown in once a year, twice a year. It was not what it is to live there day to day. So phase 2 was reality on the ground. Nothing works. Nothing works unless you scream, shout, cry, pull rank, or bribe. That's Africa for you. Those are the choices you have. In almost everything you do on a daily basis, getting my driver's license converted into Zambia, getting my national registration card updated, getting a new passport so that I could get visas. I had lost the UNLP from the World Bank group, shames. I did all of those things. I screamed, I shouted, I cried, but I refused to pull rank and I refused to bribe. Because, as Wange said, if you are not part of the solution, then you are definitely part of the problem. And if each of us in our own little worlds in what we do say no to things that we know are wrong, they may be expedient, but they are wrong and they will cost us in the long term. We will not change a thing. We are part of the problem. So reality kicked in when I went to government offices. Reality kicked in terms of the work ethic. Reality kicked in the sense of just the poverty that is so much in your face. It is the people around you, whether they are your workers or your extended family. Reality kicked in broken people. Laddie, you talked about youth, unemployed youth, unempowered youth, youth with no hope. And I asked myself, is this really my country? Is this really my country? I was ready to go back to the US, very ready to pack my bags, and they were very ready to have me back. That would have been where it ended. And I said to myself, but why is this happening? And what can I do about it? And to a large extent, I could not but place all of this at the door of leadership. I cannot speak for all of our countries, but I can speak the truth and say that the majority of our countries are lacking leadership that have a vision and a strategy and a care for their people. The concept of noblesse oblige is gone. I had to go back to it and research it and re-educate myself on what it really means. And it puts the burden of obligation to those who do not have upon those who have, whether it is power, privilege, or money. We are obliged to bring up and alongside those of us who do not have those privileges. And I said to myself, I cannot sit by and let my country be led by people that say the right things, but are incredibly successful at doing the wrong things. On the face of it, Zambia is a failed state. I may need a visa when I get back next week, but it is a failed state. It is has been run by leaders who just seem to be experts at defying the very logic and ethos of leadership. Unreasonable Africa has two sides and two faces. Unreasonable Africa has an opportunity and presents opportunities. Unreasonable Africa also is all about all of these things that I've just said that frustrated me so much in phase 2 of my return to Zambia. But then I'm not a quitter. So there's phase 3. Resolve and determination. Resolve and determination is the only way that anyone or all of you who are sitting in this room who want to be a part of Africa or to be in Africa are going to be able to turn that rising description into risen. And I believe we will get there. I believe we will get there because I believe that I can be the change that I want to see and that I start to see it in others. The moment I say to myself, I'm not going to tolerate this, I'm going to make this work, my mindset changed and I started to find more people that felt the same way, that strengthen you when that resolve is tested, and it will be tested. And I said to myself, this is beginning to define the vision of leadership. The private self becoming part of the public good. The private self becoming part of the public good in whatever way, shape, or form. And so I really, really believe that Unreasonable Africa, that defies logic in the positive sense, is where we are. And I want to actually say that it starts with someone in this room. In fact, it has already started. It started with you inviting me to Oxford. For me, an unquestionably African woman, to be standing on this stage at this Saïd Business School, a stone's throw away from the Ashmolean Museum, talking to Oxford scholars of all creed and color. Believe me when I say that for somebody in this world, some dead, some still living today, this is unreasonable. This is unreasonable. So you've already started to be unreasonable. And it's okay to be unreasonable. Yes, let's be unreasonable in the positive sense of the word. Let's be bold. Let's be courageous. No matter your origins, make Africa your destination. Be the transformation agent, not for a better Africa, but for a brilliant Africa. Thank you.
Dolika, thank you so much for that. That was incredible. Are there any questions from the audience? Gentleman in the front over here.
So my question is very short. First, both your career and your convictions are inspiring, and I think all of us will leave the room with a renewed sense of dedication. But I can't help but be curious, where do you see phase 4 taking you?
My answer is going to be very short. I expect to be in a position where I can take that noblesse oblige out to the world. Cryptic but clear, I'm sure.
Any further questions?
Is it fair to say you moved back to Zambia when you had very little to lose?
I'm sorry, when? I moved back to Zambia when?
Very little to lose. So if the comparison I'm trying to raise here is someone who's starting out, young family, and who can not avoid to take as much risk, would probably look at you as saying, you took your step at phase 3, when the worst that could happen would be you just packing your bags and going back to the US. So you were at a good stage, if you like. So that would be my first question to you, to say, did you take that step because collateral damage that would have come from your move was less?
Mm-hmm. That's your first question? You're giving the mic away.
Is he allowed another after that?
He said that's the first question, but that's fine. I think that's deep enough. That's deep enough. I don't want to answer your question in a manner that is going to belittle the gravity of what you are saying. So we talked about timing when I was talking to the organizers about what the nature of this conversation was going to be. Part of it was going to be about timing. So I want to say some things. Not everybody has to be in Africa to help Africa. We must believe this. That's one. Secondly, you can only move to Africa when you feel you are ready and you will be able and you are safe enough to be able to give back. As I said, it is not an easy continent. So did I move because it was easy for me to move? No, it was not easy for me to move. Quite frankly, I was enjoying my house in Washington, D.C. I was traveling first class wherever I went. I was staying in the greatest hotels. I didn't have to live with 12-hour power cuts every day, or no water at the weekend, or not being able to find my foie gras when I was looking for it. So it's relative. But one thing I would say is move to Africa only when you are ready to move to Africa, because you need all the energy and all the focus to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. You don't need distractions on a day-to-day basis. It's a great question, though.
That's so true. Right up at the back. Oh, is there someone else on there?
Hi, Dolika.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much for that closing. Quick question, Nonhlanhla Masina from African School for Excellence. If we say at the crux of our challenges in Africa is leadership, what is your view on that and how do we actually then fix it? Because a lot of our efforts tend to be as entrepreneurs, as private agents, trying to address the need or be the change we want to see in the various countries. But if then the crux is leadership, how do we fix that? That's such a complex problem. What's your view?
Dean, you haven't been talking to your students. You and I had a great conversation about how the lines between business and public responsibility and corporate governance are so thin that really the humanitarian schools of Oxford, public policy, business, should make sure to interact and exchange and infuse ideas across the disciplines, because none of these institutions lives in isolation. So it is a very complex problem, changing leadership, because it's got a lot to do with attitudes and cultures. It will take a long time, but we can't sit back and say we can't change it. So one of the things I was talking to Dean about today was civic education. We have the leaders we deserve, either because we do not vote, and we therefore let those who are voting be the people who don't think the way you think in this room, so you must live with the consequences, or because when we vote, we analyze situations with our heads, and then we vote with our hearts based on tribe, based on gender, based on where you live, and there's a disconnect between what we should be doing and what is actually happening in reality. What else can we do is be what Trevor Emanuel was this morning. He was bold about saying things were not right. Be what Professor Ntuli was today. He was very clear about what he feels about this thing. Be what Colin said from Goldman Sachs, that he thinks Zuma is making a mistake. Be Dolika, who stands up in public and says, I think my country's leadership is not good enough for what I need and what I want. We have to be bold. We have to be strong. We have to be out there. And again, you can do that within country, you can do it outside of country. But there is a leadership crisis, and we should not kid ourselves that it doesn't exist. I have recently read in quick succession 3 books, and I need to go back to them. One is Al Maktoum, My Vision, on the history of Dubai, basically. Dubai was built in 25 years. We've been independent for 50 plus. The second one is on Lee Kuan Yew, on Singapore. Similar story, 27 years. He was able to have Singapore classified as an international financial center. The third, which I've just started and I don't yet have an opinion, is on Paul Kagame in Rwanda. Now, I'm not saying these individuals are all pristine and perfect, but I am saying there are many lessons that we can learn. And I do hope some of you will come out and say, you know what, I did a business degree, but I'd like to go out there and be president of the Republic of...
Oh, yes, please do.
Apologies. I'd just like to say I believe it's very apt that we've ended today with 2 women on stage. I have a very strong view that a lot of the failures, both in government and business, have been, or there's a direct correlation with the amount of testosterone that's in the environment. But on that note, and you've just mentioned 3 male leaders of countries who've been good, but how do we get the next generation of women or young girls to aspire to be leaders of nations? Because even in the Western world, there's still a very short supply of women in very powerful positions.
I'm looking at the men in the room. If you have daughters, sisters, aunties, who you think should be aspiring for these positions, then you better give them the space and the time and the resources to do it. That's the starting point. Second point, now I'm looking at our women. We underestimate how powerful, how mind-blowingly focused we can be when we want to be, and how strong we are at managing resources. You leave a man in your house for a week and you'll come back to disaster. Really. I mean, multitasking is a word that was created by men, but I think it just only describes women. So I think I'll put it I'll refer to one lady who's my mentor to this day, who said, you know, Dolika, I've been on Wall Street for years. My husband hardly knows anything about securities markets. I was offered a senior position in a brokerage company, and I said, no, I couldn't take it because I didn't know enough about X, Y, Z, derivatives, swaps, whatever it was. My husband was offered a job in a bank, in investment banking, and he said, yeah, I'll take it. I said, but you don't know anything about investment banking. And he said, I will learn. It's just that courage, that leap of faith, that ability to be able to step out into the dark, that ability to be able to be unreasonable. Be unreasonable. Having said that, I think there's a lot of focus, and I've had this conversation more recently, on the girl child and the gender conversation, which I think is extremely important. But in Africa, we are losing a whole generation of men children to drugs, to crime, because they're just not being guided and there's no focus on them. So whilst the conversation is very important on gender, I think we must be very, very clearly. How many of you have walked out on the streets of whatever city you're in, your own cities, around dusk, and you see these aimless, bleary-eyed young men walking around? They are just as much a part of our society. They are just as much a part of our society.
I think we've got time for one or two more questions. Is it?
Following up on the question of youth and this kind of movement toward entrepreneurship, I mean, for a lot of us, including those coming from the business school, it's not necessarily where we may first end up. So in thinking about your career trajectory and ultimately starting your business after working within larger institutions, I mean, how do you kind of see that split between youth as entrepreneurs and obviously needing to create jobs and stimulate new industries while at the same time trying to work within existing institutions? And I don't know, where is the balance there in your view, and where do you see the next kind of 10, 20 years for youth?
I see entrepreneurs, and I see this room as the engines that are going to drive this continent forward. I was talking earlier with you, I think, Wangi, about when I came out of school, the expectation was that I would go out and look for a job. I was going to be a banker, a teacher, an accountant. I was never going to own anything. That generation is not going to change Africa. When you are coming out of school, we just heard Ladi, he dropped out, and we talked about Bill Gates, that he dropped out of school. It is the time. There is a time. There is a time in the economic history, social history of any country when the only people who can take it forward are politicians. There is a time for that. Those were the days of independence in our case, the Kaundas, the Kwame Nkrumahs of this world, the Kenyattas. There is a time for civil service to run, except this time they've run a little too long, in my view. Now is the time for entrepreneurs. Now is the time for us to be in the driver's seat and not in the passenger seat anymore. This is our train, but this is the time. This is the time.
One last question.
Hi, have I got the mic? I like your choice of colour of a jacket, firstly. I have the same. I don't think anybody else has a bright red on in this room. You've worked in a lot of reputable institutions and across various continents, and you're now ready to move back, or you have moved back. And if all of us in this room are eventually aiming to move back but aren't ready and to be part of the problems, what would your advice be for those wishing to structure their careers around going back? So if there was an MBA for moving back to Africa, let's say it's a 3-year program, what would that look like? What books, what sectors, what institutions or countries do we need to learn from to best equip us to move back to Africa? Specifically for me, Zambia, as you don't like to, call Africa, Zambia is more specific for you and myself as well. What does the MBA look like? That's my question.
It looks like me. But on a more serious note, there is no book that is going to teach you how to make a move that is truly an emotional move. There will be books that will tell you the opportunity in Africa is this. It's in infrastructure, or it's in chicken growing, or it's in education, private education, or it's in the medical field. They'll give you the statistics, they'll give you the numbers, they'll give you technically where the opportunity is. But this is not a technical decision. This is a personal decision that impacts on a lot of other things in your life. And so if there is an MBA school curricula out there that's going to tell you how to do this move, I would say it's actually what they did not teach you at Oxford Business School or at Harvard, because it's going to be the people around you who know you the best who are going to say you're ready or you're not ready. And if you're ready, this is the area that you can go into. For me, those people have been my family. It's been my closest friends, whom my mother always told me I should never count more than go beyond the 5 fingers on my one hand. And it's been my spiritual advisors. And you just have to find that group of people. And I also have a board, by the way. I have a Dolika Banda Inc. board that is made up by people, not just my friends, but people who challenge and support me. And you need that kind of thing where you make your goals, you plan, and then you have people who are holding you accountable to achieving those goals. But plan. You don't just go there and jump in, you have to plan to go back. Otherwise, you will get frustrated and you will come back.
Where do I get one of these Dolika Banda Inc. boards? Dolika,
We can take that offline.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for leaving everyone feeling so inspired. You have been such a rejuvenating source of hope. And with that, I think I would like to bring our day to a close.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
When we first started, I asked you all to reflect on what being unreasonable meant to you. What did it look like? For me, I thought we would challenge the status quo and end on time. But, you know, this is Africa. Don't be unreasonable. An interesting comment that Dolika made as we were chatting earlier: you can never seize an opportunity that you are not prepared for. I hope that today has, in some shape or form, better prepared you to script the African narrative. Regardless of where you have traveled from and where you are going to, go forward with an intentional mind. There is no question of Africa's potential. The pieces of the puzzle are already there. Now watch what happens when you begin to connect the dots. Unreasonable Africa. You did it. Thank you for making today what it was. I am overwhelmed and my heart is overjoyed. Look at what Africa has made. To the Oxford Business Forum Africa Committee, please stand up wherever you are. these are the people that made it possible for us to be here. To the Dean, the school and staff, thank you for your unwavering support. A massive thank you to CDC, our main sponsors, whose contribution to today has been immeasurable. Our incredible speakers. Where do I even begin? Thank you for sparking the conversations that brought Unreasonable Africa to life. And then, of course, you, each and every single one of you. You are Unreasonable Africa. None of the pieces fit without you. I'll end off with one of my favorite quotes from Guth. Whatever you can, do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Thank you, Unreasonable Africa.
All that's left for me to say is, Hanwee's already had all the committee members stand up and be thanked. If you would please stand. So this morning it was foggy. I remember when we started this morning, it was extraordinarily foggy. I think it's clear out there now. If that's a metaphor, if it was foggy this morning, is it a little clearer now? Maybe a bit. A little bit clearer about opportunities, a little bit clearer about challenges, a little bit clearer about inspiration. And just a word from Lottie. You talked about shared value. I think the other thing that I learned today is more than shared value, it's shared opportunity and shared responsibility. And so, in our own way here at this school, I hope that we can share a little bit in the opportunity and certainly share in the responsibility. And I look forward to welcoming you all back next year. But also, please be part of our community. We'll be coming to Johannesburg with our students to study there. We're going to be doing programs here and elsewhere. We would like to be part of this Africa Rising, with all of its challenges, with all of its hardships, with all of its joy. And I'm delighted and thrilled to be the dean here and to be able to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you.